Hello there, and welcome to this video on JavaScript document object model. So before you start this course, I want you to give me 5 minutes, and then after 5 minutes, you can start watching and taking this course. Okay, so I'll tell you how to take this course and all the other things that are important. Okay, now first of all, I want you to know that this is not a JavaScript course. This is just the document object model part and the web API part. That means in the basic JavaScript programming, you do functions, classes, etc. But in the document object model part and web API part, you do the dynamic, how to make your website dynamic. So this is where you actually use the JavaScript programming language. So JavaScript in itself is a programming language that you can use like separate from this entire thing. But document object model part is where you will be spending most of your time as a front-end web developer. So this is the, you can say, content of this entire tutorial, and I'm not going to cover this JavaScript. I'm hoping that you have the fundamentals clear and then you are taking this entire tutorial. Okay, so this is all I want to tell you about the JavaScript part. Okay, now the second thing that I want you to know that try to use MDN documentation, because that is going to help you solidify all the concepts that I have covered. Okay, so if you are taking any topic, if you're learning anything, just go and read about that particular topic in the MDN and MDN documentation. And the moment you do that, you are kind of like reinforcing that particular concept, and it will settle in your brain for a much longer time. So please do that and try to refer to MDN documentation wherever you can. Okay, because I can only teach you to the extent, to some extent, not entirely, but still, I think it's your responsibility to go into depth of that thing. So it's not like I have not covered the depth. Okay, I have not covered the concepts. I have talked about everything that I believe other courses miss out on. I have covered all the topics that I believe are important. And what I've noticed that and there are various courses available online, in that are premium, and even on YouTube they do not cover the concepts that are actually important. Okay, so they finished the entire JavaScript document object model and even JavaScript part in just 8 to 9 hours. And I think this is not possible. This is the first part of this tutorial. So you can imagine how vast the document object model is. Okay, and it is not really possible to teach everything. Even if I finish all the APIs, it is not possible to cover everything. So try to be a little bit like, uh, kind of like try to take initiative on your own and learn everything, because I'll leave you in a situation after which you'll be able to kind of like, figure out things on your own. Okay, so this is kind of my goal, just to kind of solidify the fundamentals, and after that you can actually do things on your own. So yeah, I'll be posting subsequent parts based on the response that I receive on this video. If I receive positive response on this video, I'll try to like cover more topics related to JavaScript, and even I'll try to create a course if I really think that this video is performing well. Okay, so yeah, that is all I wanted to tell you. And yeah, a few more things that the notes that are there and the codes that I have used in this entire tutorial, this is not free. Okay, so it's not like, you can't afford it. Why I have made this premium? It's because I just want you to support me in some way, so that I can be motivated, and I do not have to worry about like launching things free of cost. So please go ahead and purchase the note, and it is really uh, like you know uh, not really costly, so it's really like affordable. It's just for rupees 99 if you are in India, for first 1,000 people who are purchasing it. And if you're someone who is watching this video from abroad, then uh, there might be some adjustment for exchange rates and other things, so you will also find the notes in the similar range, so that's not an issue. So basically, this course is for beginners, and I believe that if you are a student, you may not be able to afford things, but that's totally okay. That's why I am not use some hefty price on this notes and everything. Okay, and even if you do not want to purchase the notes for some reason, you can watch the video and type along, and that I believe is the best way to learn things. Okay, so even if you do not have money for some reason, just go ahead and watch the video, and you will have everything clear. Okay, I have not skipped anything. Um, and one more thing that you need to know is that I have not used any kind of script while recording this entire tutorial. I have recorded each section in one go. Okay, so there might be some inconsistencies in communication. sentence framing and those things. So please ignore those things. And I tried my level best not to make things messy. Okay, so please forgive me for that part. And I'll try to create a professional course if this is going to perform well. And like the last and the most important thing is there might be some distortion in the audio in 0.1% part of this entire video. Okay, so if you notice any distortion, just note that that is due to the AI model that I was using in order to reduce the background noises. So it has kind of introduced some kind of distortion in my voice in some places, but that is not major. So I think yeah, you won't be having any problem following along. Okay, so yeah, that is all. And if you have any question, go and join the Discord and ask there. Do not ask questions in the comment section because it is really difficult to answer a question in the comment section. And if you have general discussion, go ahead and comment those things in the comment section below. Otherwise, if you have doubts related to any section, go ahead and ask in the Discord community. And try to support this channel. Please make sure to subscribe and like this video, share and comment below. Okay, because that is going to help me reach out to more and more people. And I have really invested a good amount of time creating these videos. I hope that you find value in this. And if you think that you found some value, you found some learning here, then try to stick around maybe and subscribe this channel. And I'll try to cover more concepts. I'll try to post subsequent parts of this video if I receive if I see that people are watching this and getting value out of this. Okay, so yeah, that is all I want to tell you. I hope you have a good time and I hope you learn something from this. Okay, thanks for watching. Go ahead and start taking this section. Do not forget to use MDN documentation. Okay, so yeah. So before we start discussing DOM, we need to understand a few data structures types so that we can actually understand what's going on behind the scene. Okay, so let's first talk about array. So in array we have flexibility. Okay, tons of flexibility. 1, 2, 3. Let's say these are the elements of the array. And the flexibility is we can access elements from any side. We can do anything on these arrays, and we have tons of methods available on them. And I think if you are familiar with JavaScript, this is kind of comes in pre-built in JavaScript, and you use this most of the time. And I don't think that you will be needing anything more than array most of the time. But still, this is one data structure. But in computer science, there are various kinds of data structures that have different use cases. But uh, the data structure that I'm going to teach you, these 2 or 3 data structure types, they are used by JavaScript behind the scene, so that they can actually implement things in a more efficient manner. So array is not very efficient, and it's not really something like many applications implement. But still, having an understanding of these data structures will actually help you get an idea of what's actually going on. So let's first understand stack. Okay, so we call this stack, and I think the name itself says what it means. So what this means that you can imagine it like a bag. Okay, and in this particular bag, what you can do, you can put something. So let's say you added one here in this particular bag. Now the rule says this one cannot come out from this end. So in array we can access element, but in this particular stack we cannot access element from the end. So it's once you have put it inside the bag, it's kind of like locked. Okay, and it can come out from this end only. Okay, so you can bring it out from this end only, but there is a rule. So let's say I am putting few more elements here, and the rule says that only the element which came in last, so if 5 came in last, this will be the first element to come out. So without removing 5 you cannot remove 4. Okay, without removing 4 you cannot remove 3. That means only you can do something with only the top element. You cannot do something with the elements after 5, if 5 is the top element. Okay, so without removing 5 you cannot do anything with 4. Okay, only you have removed 5 outside here, then only you can do something with 4, then only you can remove this particular 4. Okay, and then you can remove 3, then you can remove 2, then you can remove 1. That means whatever element that comes in last, that is the first element that goes out first. Okay, so it's like lasting first out. And where is this particular stack comes in handy? Okay, so the use case of the stack is mainly to kind of like it acts like a storage, you can say. So it acts like a temporary storage most of the time. And if you want to do something, you put the elements sequentially, and if let's say your priority is to deal with the last element, then in that case you can use stack. So let's say you have included a few elements here, and then you want to do something with the last element first. So if last element is the first priority, then you can do something with it. So let me give you an example of this so that things can become more clear, because this is something used by JavaScript when it comes to, you must have heard of the term call stack. Okay, so that's where this particular data structure is used. So JavaScript uses call stack to deal with functions that are kind of nested. So let me give you an example of this. So you must have seen in browsers you have back buttons, okay, back and forward buttons. Now what browsers do, they kind of let's say you are on Google, and on this particular website, what you are searching for is, let's say you are searching for Amazon.com. Okay, and let's say this is Google. So what browsers do, they can create one stack. Okay, and let's say they will create another stack, let's say 2 stack. And in this particular stack, what they can do, let's say this is the back stack, where they will store all your back histories, and this is the forward stack. Okay, now here they will first put google.com, then they will put amazon.com, then they will put, let's say, amazon.com slash a particular product, and then amazon.com slash checkout page, and all the things. Now when you, let's say, you are on checkout page, and you click back button, so what they will do, they will shift this particular element to forward stack. Okay, and you will be left with you'll come on this particular page. Okay, and when you move to this particular amazon.com, then they will shift this to this particular again forward stack. So that means in your forward stack you have 2 elements, your checkout page and your amazon.com slash product. And then you are currently on amazon.com, and then you, let's say, you click back again, then again this will be added here in this particular stack. So right now you are on google.com. So this is how it works. When you click then again forward, then this will move here, and this will move here, and this will move here. So this is how things work. Okay, so this is how they implement for forward and backward buttons. Okay, this is really interesting. But another way of implementing this using a single stack is, so what you can do, you can create one single stack, and you can add the history. So you have your Google, Amazon, amazon.com slash product, and then you have amazon.com slash product slash checkout page. And what you can you can do, you can keep a pointer. So let's say currently you are on checkout page, so browsers can keep a pointer to this particular thing. And let's say you are moving here on the product page, let's say you click the back button, then instead of creating another stack, what they can do, they can simply change the pointer, and they can move you to the product page. And if you're going forward, they can simply change the pointer to this particular thing. Okay, so you can do it in this manner as well. So using a single stack also, you can implement this back and forward button. So this is kind of like more memory efficient. So you do not have to create two storage in the memory. So this is kind of like a way of using stack. And this is the utility of this particular data structure. And there are various places where you have the utility of this. So even in your particular website, whatever website you are creating, if you want to implement, let's say, back and forward button, then there also you have something called history. window.history object, and that provides you with the all the functionalities so that you can send users for on a forward page or backward page. So this is where the stack comes into play. Okay, and let me tell you one thing, that JavaScript implements something called call stack. Now what this call stack is, so in this case what happens, let's say you have a function, and let's say you wrote something like const a equal to 5, and then you will doing console.log on this a. Okay, now JavaScript executes codes line by line, okay, because it is single threaded programming language. So it goes here, then it goes here. Now this thing, once this thing has been a has been allocated, what happens, this console log is a function, right? So it creates a stack of something called call stack. And in this call stack, what happens, this thing will be put inside this call stack, and there this particular function will be executed. Okay, because this thing will be executed and then it will be popped out, so it will be removed from this call stack. And where this thing comes in handy, where this thing is useful, you must be wondering what is the use of putting it inside a call stack. Okay, because it is just a single function. This thing becomes little bit more useful when, let's say you have a function, let's say let's say you have a function, and within this particular function you are uh, you know um you are calling another function. Okay, another function. So what happens, this particular function will be first put inside the call stack, then this particular function will be put inside there, and if this function is calling anything, then that will be there. Otherwise, kind of like once this execution is finished, this will be popped out, and then this main function, then parent function will be popped out from there. Okay, so this is the utility of call stack. That's how JavaScript kind of like uses call stack just for the sake of efficiency purpose, because some functions had nested functions within them, and that's where call stack comes into handy. So this is the use case of stack. Okay, now let's discuss a different kind of data structure called queue. Okay, now queue is similar to stack and arrays. It looks like in a similar way. So what queue does, queue kind of like the rule of queue is uh, it stores the data. Okay, the rule is, if I'm putting one first, so queue, the name suggests like it's a line, right? So people are kind of standing in a line. Let's say if they're at a ticket counter, then they are standing in a line, and the queue operates on the same idea, that if, let's say, person, if one comes first inside this queue, then one will go out first. We are going to first deal with one, then we are going to deal with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Unlike stack, where we were putting elements from this end only and popping them out from this end only, in queue what we do, we put elements from this end and they go out from this end. Okay, so this is the rule. So we put elements from this end and they go out from this. So if you have like a operation where you have to uh, you know uh, kind of deal with people, like let's say you are creating something like ticket counter or something, something like that. So in that case you'll be using, like, you'll be arranging everything in a line, like, hey, you are the first person in the line, so I'll be dealing with you first, then I'll be dealing with the the next person. And you must be familiar that if I'm the first person in the line, then other person cannot cross and stand in front of me, so they can only come after the end last person. So this is the whole idea of the queue. So stack and queue are kind of like really simple data structures to understand, and they're really simple to work with. And you must be wondering how they are implemented. So you can implement them using simple array, or you can implement them using another data structure called linked list. Okay, and that's something I'm not going to discuss here, because that's not important. Implementation part is not important. However, I have provided the implementation of stack in the notes. If you want to check out the notes, please go ahead, and I have implemented and discussed everything in a little bit now more detailed manner. So yeah, feel free to check out the notes, because I have discussed things and that are little bit in more detail. and with other examples as well. So yeah, so this is the whole idea. Now let's talk about this another data structure called trees. Okay, and trees is a really complex data structure, because it's a really vast in its own. If you start learning trees, you will have to kind of spend like so many days, and mastery on trees can takes you like a huge amount of time. And I'm not going to teach you everything related to trees, but I'm just going to give you some ideas so that you can have an understanding of what exactly this thing is. So uh, just imagine, the as the name suggests, it looks like tree, right? So uh, at first you have, like, let's say this is my element A. Okay, and it has two elements, let's say B, and let's say this is C. Okay, now this looks like a tree, right? And if B can have, B can also, let's say uh, B has C, sorry, D, E, and let's say F. Okay, and C has, like, okay, let's say anything. Now this looks like a tree. Okay, and even like if you remove this particular part, uh, even if you just consider this part, then this also looks like a subtree. This part also looks like a subtree. So trees are really, kind of like, a very efficient data structure. And I'm just going to remove the subtree parts. I just wanted to give you the sense of visualization that this also looks like a tree, and these are called subtrees. And this is the entire main tree, okay, that we have here. And trees are really efficient in the sense, like, you can use recursion and you can navigate through each of these things. And you must have heard about binary search trees, etc. So there are kind of like, different kinds of like trees out there, and you can learn them in your free time. And if you are learning data structures and algorithms, definitely you will have to learn these things. Okay, so this thing is called, this is kind of, you can call it the first label or zero label. This is the second or first label. Okay, and this is the third label. So it looks like, they have labels. Okay, and you can actually, go from one label to another with the help of some algorithms. And this a is kind of the root. Okay, so this is the root, and there is nothing above A. So that means A is the main, you can say, main node. So this is called the main node. Okay, so all these things, this is called node, right? So B, wherever you are putting the value, that particular location is called node. Okay, so these are nodes. And the main one is root. Okay, main node, or you can say root node. You name it, however you want. Okay, so this is the root. I'll call it root. And what are these are, you can say, edges. Okay, so they are the edge, all the edges that you have. Okay, so they are kind of connecting from this root node to this particular B node, C node, whatever, like, and B and C are the children of A. We call them, you can say, children node or child node, whatever terminology you want to use. So they are kind of like, they look like the children because they're coming from A, right? So A is the parent of B and C. So you can say this is the parent of B and C. A is the parent of B and C. In the same way, B is the parent of D, E, F, right? So you can say B is the parent node of D, E, F. In the same way, C is the parent node of G and H, right? So this is like how you can visualize. And you can also say that A is the grandparent of D, E, F, right? So this is kind of like the grandparent of D, E, F. Okay, and this terminology you have to just understand, like in the way we have family trees. In the same way, this looks like the trees. Okay, and this is how you can actually visualize. So whenever I say trees, you can visualize it in that manner. So we call these things node. Okay, and you have this as the root node, these are the children, and B and C are the siblings. Just like family hierarchy, we have B and C are the siblings. Okay, and D, E, F are the siblings because they have a common parent here, and G and H are the siblings because they have a common parent C, right? So this is just like the family hierarchy, and whenever I say trees, you just have to visualize it in that manner. Okay, and sometimes what happens, like you this particular thing here, you can have n number of children. Okay, and these type of trees are called general trees. And some trees also limit the number of children they can have. Some trees say that you can have maximum 2 children. So in that case, you form a type of tree called binary tree. Okay, and they have their own utility. And I'm not going to discuss all the things. I have discussed a few things in the notes that are extra to this particular video, but you don't need to know the trees in detail. Now, how do we access certain things and perform certain actions on these elements? So how do we do that? So if you are already familiar with the trees, you must be familiar of the algorithms of this depth first search and breadth first search. So what they do, depth first search is kind of like it goes from there are various ways of they kind of go in this manner. So they go from level 0 to level 1 in that way, but it can also go in this manner. Okay, so that's not a rule, but it's kind of like there are different types of depth first search. There are different way of going from one element to another. So it's let's say you start from A, then from A you move to B, then and from there you move to D, and then you are doing some action on D. Okay, so this is one way of searching D and doing something on D. So just like arrays, we search an element and perform some action in the same way. You have depth first search approach, and using this approach you can perform certain action on this particular element. So this is the thing. Now uh, you know there are different types of searches, like in order in order. So like I'm not going to discuss these things. Just for the sake of simplicity, just understand that you can perform different things. Okay, and breadth first search kind of goes level wise, and it does something on the elements. So this is all you need to know. Now let's try to understand where this tree is used. Okay, so you must be wondering why I am telling you about the trees. So trees are kind of used in in creating the document object model that we are going to discuss next. Okay, so what happens, your document, the document that you are creating, the HTML document that you have, and in this particular HTML document you have tags and everything, and within the HTML you have all the things, like you have head and body, and all these things are kind of arranged in a tree manner. Okay, so what happens, when browsers start reading your document, they start parsing all the tags in a tree structure manner, and they create a tree called DOM tree. And with that, once the DOM tree has been created, um, you know and browsers gives you certain functions, certain methods, and with the help of those methods you can perform certain action on the all the DOM that has been created. And you can do something like you can click on a button and you can change the background color. So that is what browsers are doing. Okay, so this is the next topics, like how browsers work behind the scene. And before we proceed further, let me show you an example. Let me show you what you can find in the notes. So here I have given certain some like notes related to the stack, and I have also given you the implementation of how stack works, and how you can implement it in JavaScript. And here I have explained the tree part. These are the notes available related to the tree. If you are purchasing the note, you will have access to these things. Okay, now let's say this is the document, HTML document, and here you have head, body, and within the head you have title, and within the body you have this div, h1, paragraph, early. Okay, and this is how like browsers kind of like go through all your entire this document, and they create a tree. Okay, because tree is really efficient, so browsers use trees to store all your tags, and they store it in this manner. So the first root node is the document, which is the main node. There is no parent to the document. And then you have HTML, then you have your head, then you have body, and here within the head you have title. So as you can see, they are structured in a tree manner. And you must be familiar with the let's say your file manager. So file managers also implement this data structure called trees, and you have to there are various applications of trees, and they have their own utilities at their own place. So even if you are learning about trees and implementing it your own application, then just try to figure out how you're going to implement it. There are various resources online, and feel free to refer to them. So yeah, if you are kind of purchasing this particular node, then I would say you learn a lot of things. I have whatever I have discussed, I have explained them here. Okay, so yeah, now let's move to the next topic and discuss how browsers actually work and how they start parsing our documents. Okay, so that how we are able to kind of access everything and work with, manipulate everything that's there on the website. Okay, so this is what we're going to discuss next. So yeah, let's move on to the next topic, how browsers work. So let's say you visited a website, for example www.example.com. So the first step that browsers take, they first convert this into the IP address, and then they start the process called DNS resolution. Okay, and what they do in DNS resolution, they look for the records. Okay, so they first look into their local browser cache, and if it is not there, then look to your they look into your computer cache. Then you also have hosts, etc., where you have the caches. Then they move to your internet service providers, then they move to a more global more global level. So it's kind of like DNS resolution is a way of looking for that particular IP address, whatever you have posted there. So and once DNS resolution has been done, what happens? Your browsers do some kind of handshakes, that's called TCP handshakes, and then they verify whether the certificates and the connection is secure or not. And once that has been verified, what happens? Browsers send a request to your server. They send GET request, and they start accepting HTML document and CSS, etc. All the things that user has requested. Okay, so what happens? When the server verifies all the requests sent by browser, they send the browser all the documents necessary to create the web page. And once the browser has the HTML document, they start parsing everything. So they start parsing everything line by line. So whatever the tags you have written, they start parsing, they start everything, and then they start creating uh, something called tree. Okay, so they start kind of the top node is the document, and then their HTML, your head, your body. So they start creating a tree, and they use tree just for the sake of efficiency purpose. Okay, so that uh, you know because I just explained earlier that trees are a really efficient data structure. So they start reading a document and start passing everything, and then they start creating your tree, and that tree is called document object model. Okay, and let's say in your HTML you have added a link to your CSS file, then with they start passing this particular file as well, and they start creating something called CSS object model. Okay, and if let's say they encounter the JavaScript file, okay, so JavaScript is also kind of like passed. So what happens? The rule is kind of like if JavaScript is encountered, then browsers kind of stop parsing the rest of the document, and they start focusing on the JavaScript. But there is something you should know, that uh, you know you can use defer and async attribute. Okay, and they're in the script tag. So if you are using defer, then browsers won't stop parsing your HTML, and they will execute the JavaScript once HTML has been passed. And the defer and async means this thing will be kind of like processed in parallel, and the HTML will continue getting passed by the browsers. Okay, so once this parallel processing has been done, then based on the defer or async, they're executed. So if you are using defer, then your script will be executed after parsing has been finished. But if you're using async, then your script will be executed as soon as the parsing has the processing has been finished for this particular JavaScript file. Okay, so please make sure to use defer if you are writing your script for the logic part, because let's say if you have some elements on the this tree, and if you are using logic for that particular element, and if that particular element is not available in the DOM tree, this particular DOM, then you won't be able to do something. You'll start getting error, right? So that's why use defer. But if you're using async is something you can use if you are, let's say, implementing something like some Google Analytics or other things that does not depend on the DOM. So in that case you can implement this async, otherwise use defer, okay, in most cases. So once browser has passed everything, once they have created CSS, OM and DOM, what they do, they figure what to render, okay, what to render for the user. So they filter out the content and they create something called render tree. So let's say on the page you do not want you just to see your head and everything, and you also do not want you just to see that some things that you have hidden using the CSS. So browsers will filter out everything and then they will create something called render tree. Okay, and once the render tree is prepared, what they do, browsers, then they create the layout. Like first they figure out what should be the size of everything. So let's say if you have divs in your document, they start calculating all the sizes and everything, and this is called the layout phase. And once the layout has been prepared, what they do, they start painting the pixels. So let's say if you have h2, if you have paragraph, they start writing everything, they start painting all the pixels. And apart from these, browsers also implement other kind of, you can say, other things for the efficiency purpose, but that's not something you should know. But they also implement other things like compositions, reflow, etc., just for the sake of efficiency purpose. But still, this is the entire process. They start parsing your document, they create the document object model, and if you have CSS, they start creating CSS object model, and if they encounter JavaScript, then JavaScript is processed in a different manner. Okay, so I'm coming to that JavaScript part. But this is the entire. Once your document object model has been created, user will be able to see the entire thing on the screen. Okay. Now, where exactly this JavaScript thing comes into play? Now, with the help of JavaScript, what we can do, we can actually introduce some dynamic functionality into our website. So let's say if user clicks on a particular button, we can change the color of the body, we can do something, we can show a form, we can redirect user to a different website, we can do tons of things, we can start a game, etc. And how we do that? So when browsers are done with their part, what they do, they kind of like browsers, all the browsers, their software in their own way. Okay, so they give you access to their environment with the help of something called web APIs. Okay, and these web APIs are available in JavaScript, and you can use these web APIs to introduce dynamic functionalities in your website. Okay, so what this web API is, so they provide you one single object called window, and on this particular object you have all the functionalities you need in order to make your website dynamic. Okay, I'll talk about the window object once I have started writing the code, but you can say browsers give you a kind of like access through this particular portal. So window is the portal through which you kind of interact with the browser, and you do some manipulation on the website. Okay, so this is how you can make your website dynamic with the help of JavaScript. So web APIs can be in modern times, web APIs are standardized. That means if you're doing something with your code, chances are higher that code is applicable everywhere on most of the browsers. But traditionally this was not the case. Okay, earlier things were quite different. Many browsers had their own implementation of their APIs, so it was really a bit kind of like conflicting. But nowadays things are a little bit more standardized. Okay, so things are a little bit more standardized, and you do not have to worry about the compatibility part. So yeah, web APIs offers you an object called window, and on that particular window object, you have access to everything. You have access to DOM, and and you can use that DOM and manipulate it in whatever manner you want. Okay, so if let's say you have access to DOM of the DOM created by this browser, then what you can do, you can search for an element and do something with it. Then you can do something the same way you do with the array. So in arrays you have some elements and you are able to search for an element and do something. In the same way, for the tree part, browsers offers you tons of methods, and you can use those methods to find a particular element on the website, and you can do some manipulation on that particular element. So this is the entire part, the entire thing that we do in as a developer. Okay, so as a front-end developer, we will be doing this particular manipulation part. Now JavaScript also has its own way of processing things. So browsers actually use you can say JavaScript engines. So if let's say if you're talking about Chrome, it uses V8, okay, V8 JavaScript engine, and other browsers have their own JavaScript engines. So what they do, if they're encountering, let's say, JavaScript code, they start passing their JavaScript code to, okay, and the JavaScript code is also executed line by line, because JavaScript is a single threaded language, so it is passed line by line. And they create something called AST, that means abstract syntax trees, and this abstract syntax tree is kind of compiled and then executed, and everything is done. Okay, but JavaScript also implements some engineering just to make things kind of little bit more efficient. So if let's say if you're executing something line by line, then some functions can actually prevent actually can delay the work, right? So if let's say if you are running a particular code that is kind of little bit more computationally heavy, then it will prevent the next line and everything. So JavaScript has different approaches. So one approach is that it has asynchronous nature. So you can use all the asynchronous functions, and this mainly this asynchronous nature is offered by the web APIs only. So all the async and promises and everything that you see, they are kind of like part of web APIs. Okay, and since most of the time you work on the browser side, that's why you see you see and feel like it's part of the JavaScript, but it's kind of like you're working with the web API. So let's say, for example, you're using set timeout, and it is part of the window object. Okay, so it's coming from window object. It's part of the web API. Now what happens? So let's say, uh, you know. Uh, I just explained in the stack part that JavaScript uses a call stack. Okay, so in the call stack, what happens if let's say you have a function, and within the function you have another function, then JavaScript puts the function first, main function here, then whatever function that is within this function they put there here. Then this part is first executed and popped out. Then the main function is executed and it is popped out. Okay, so this is how things goes. But let's say you are running a timer. Okay, now the timer is kind of like something that can delay something. So what happens, the timer set timeout, etc. So these things have, let's say you are using 1 second time. Okay, these things are executed in browser's environment, and they're kind of like in you can say uh, executed in a different manner. So there is something called event loop in JavaScript, and this event loop keeps track of whether this particular call stack, okay, this call stack is empty or not. Okay, the responsibility of event loop is like, if call stack is empty, then what it does, it kind of sends the heavy processes to this particular call stack to be executed. Okay, so there are two types of queues here. So queues I explained earlier. So in this queue, you have micro tasks. Okay, micro tasks are like promises, fetch, etc. Okay, and then you have macro tasks. Macro tasks are like set timeout. Now what happens? So if let's say your code has set timeout, this is going to be execute. The timer will run in the browser environment. So browser will count whether 1 second has passed or not. So if 1 second has passed, the browser will send the callback function here. Okay, and the callback function will wait in the callback queue. Okay, and this there are two types of views: micro task and macro task. So in micro we have promises, etc., and in the macro we have all the set timeouts, it's set intervals, etc. So what happens, they have different priority levels. So micro has different priority, like it has top priority as compared to the macro one. So event loop, it watches kind of like call stack, and if the call stack is empty, then it is first going to check if there is some task in this particular micro queue or not. Okay, and if there is no task, then it is going to send the set timeout callback function to the stack, and it will be executed and popped out. But if there was something in this micro task, then this would be the first one to be sent to the call stack, and then it will be executed and popped out. Then the macro task queue will be empty. Okay, so this is the entire process of how things work. Now let me tell you, whenever you're using set timeout, if you're setting 1 seconds, and if there are other tasks in the macro task, and if your task is waiting here, if your callback function is here, that means there will be a slight delay. That means whatever time you are writing in the set timeout, that's not going to be the exact timeout when the your after which the function will run. Okay, so there will be slight delay because there are other tasks waiting in the queue. Okay, so this is kind of like something you should keep in mind. This is how JavaScript makes things more efficient. Okay, and all the things that you see, they are kind of processed in the event loop, and you know the entire thing that you see is kind of like most of the time you're interacting with web APIs whenever you're fetching requests and doing everything, and they have their own set of engineering to deal with these things in a really fast manner. So I hope this gave you some idea about how things work. Now, once we start learning the entire thing, it will start making sense, because if you visit this particular video once again, you will start to notice that everything has started to make sense. Right now, it may not make sense because if you are a beginner and if you do not know these concepts, it will be a little bit complicated to understand. But once you have finished the entire tutorial, and if you visit this particular video once again, then everything will start making sense, because I'll be connecting the dots, and I'll start explaining all the window object and all the methods and everything available on it, and how things work. So I'll explain everything in depth. Don't worry about it. But still, I highly recommend that if you have finished watching this video, please come back and watch this particular section again, so that it can make sense. Also, the entire thing that I have explained is not in depth, because this is just an overview, just to get an idea of what goes on behind the scene. But if you are interested in reading about what actually goes on, and how JavaScript actually works behind the scene, how browsers actually work behind the scene, then that's an entirely different uh, you know topic, and that's something can take you a huge amount of time to understand everything, all the engineering part and everything. But if you are curious, yeah, please visit Google and search and figure out all the things. But still, I hope this entire complex understanding is more than sufficient. I hope you are now aware of what is DOM, what is CSS, and how everything is processed. Okay, so browsers passed everything line by line, all the document, and then they create DOM, and they also create CSS. Then from the CSS and DOM, they create the render tree, and from the render tree, they start deciding on the layout, and then they start printing everything on the screen, and they give you the web APIs through which you can use JavaScript and manipulate the content on the DOM and make your website more dynamic. So this is the entire goal of our tutorial. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. We are going to use the web API, and we are going to manipulate elements on our screen, and we are going to make things more dynamic. Okay, so let's get started, and let's start coding. Now let's get started with the coding part. Now we are going to actually learn how to do DOM manipulation. Okay, so first of all, let's set up our project, and I believe that you have some basic understanding of JavaScript, and wherever you have taken the course, you must be aware of how to set up a project. Okay, so all you have to do is first create a folder on your desktop wherever you are, and open that particular folder in VS Code. Okay, and second thing you need to do is you need to install this live server extension. Okay, so if you have live server extension, that's totally okay. If you do not have, please install this particular extension. Okay, and what this does, this will actually give you access to this button, and through which we can open our document in this okay browser. So I'm going to structure my project so that if you are purchasing the notes, you will have a structured structured folders, and everything will be in a structured manner. Okay, but you don't need to structure everything. I'm just going to structure things so that you get everything at the end of the day, in a structured manner. So I'll create a folder called window, and in this folder what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a file called index.html, and I'm also going to create another file called script.js. All right. Now I need another file. So it's called another.js, and I'm just trying to write it everything so that if you have not purchased the notes, you won't struggle with writing everything. Um, so that's why I'm not skipping any step. Once we are done with that, let's first create the document structure. And here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a section, and within this section I'm going to create a div, and within this div I have one h2 tag, and what I'm going to write, I'm going to write welcome to Tom tutorial. Okay, and I'm also going to create a paragraph, and I'm going to add some dummy text. So let's add this, and my initial structure is ready. If you do not know how to create this shortcut, please visit my previous video, and there I have discussed everything in depth. Okay, now we should also link these two scripts so that our document can have access to the JavaScript codes. So let's write this script, and here we have to write src, and here I'm going to add this script.js. And please note that order matters a lot. So if, let's say, some script has something, and if you have rearranged things in a different manner, so just make sure that your order is correct. Okay, so once we have added this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to start this live server. Okay, and this should open a tab here, and this will give me, I think I did not click here. So yeah, my this document is now visible in the browser. Okay, now notice I explained everything that what browsers do whenever you start a server, or whenever you paste something here. So the browser has done everything within milliseconds. So as you can imagine, it has done every single step that I discussed earlier, and it has managed to create our boundary, then render everything. And if you look at the inspect, okay, so in this inspect, what we have you know this DOM tree and everything. Okay, so this is the DOM tree. In the elements we have DOM tree, and in the DOM tree, if you notice that everything is in a tree structured manner. Okay, so we have head, body, we have HTML. These two things are within the HTML. And notice that on the screen we do not have these things, meta, script, title, etc. Okay, title is here, but the rest of the things are not getting rendered here. Why? It's because these things are coming from render tree. So I explained that browsers create render tree, and then they figure out the layout, and then they start painting everything. Okay, so this is kind of things that I explained earlier. Okay, now so I think there is some issue with something, but that's let's start that, remove that one. Okay, so now I have this thing. Okay, and once this is the console, and here will be working. Okay, if you do not know how to clear this, you can use this button, and this will clear everything. And notice, like, we did not define any CSS, but right now we are getting things here. Okay, so here browser has already implemented some style for us, and here notice it has added this head display none. Okay, so it has already removed that in, and it has created some things for us, and that's totally coming from browser part. So yeah, browsers do a lot of things in the background, and how fast they do, that's simply within milliseconds. And it's really amazing that they are able to do and achieve everything within a millisecond. Now once we have this, let's come to our script. Now we will start coding and writing everything. Okay, so let me first create a variable const a equal to 5, so that we can check our scripts are actually linked or not. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to uh, console log a, and as you can see, it shows console log a as 5. Okay, but what if I do the same thing here in this another.js? Okay, so if you think that this would give error, that means the JavaScript understanding was not strong. but as you can see, it is not giving me, it is giving me 5. So why is this thing happening? Why I am able to access the variable defined in this particular script in this another script? So in JavaScript, if you have not defined any type of the script, then you will be able to access that variable. So if I define type here, so if I define type equal to module, then you'll get error because A is not defined in another JS, right? So what's happening here? So by default, JavaScript treats every other script as one single. So these two scripts are kind of like behind the scene, they're treated as one single script. That's why this script also has access to A. Okay, and if you are trying to isolate this script, all you have to do is you have to write type equal to module. That way you will be isolating this script. And in that case, you will have to export the variable, and then in another script you will have to import. So that is something we actually do in practice, but still, for the sake of this tutorial, I'm not going to complicate things, but just know that by writing type equal to module, you are actually isolating a particular script. Otherwise, every other script is treated as one single script. So this is the difference here, okay? And once we have our things working, let's comment this out, and we are good to go, okay? Now, let me tell you one thing. So whenever you are working on the front end side, and you have like another thing called backend side, then you get access to some web APIs, okay, and on the front end. But on the back end, you get different access to different APIs. So on the front end, what you have, these browsers, they are already they are also kind of like a software. So what they do, they give you some web APIs, and through that web API, you can do some manipulation on this particular document which has been rendered on the screen. Okay, so browsers give you access to the web APIs, and you can actually see what kind of environment you are in. So let's say if you are working on the front end, then you can actually uh, use this, global this, and this will give you the environment that you are working in. So if you are working in the front end, the client side, then you will get this window object. If you are working on the back end, let's say Node.js, and if you're building something, then in that case you will get a different object, and these objects actually help you interact with the environment you are working in. So if you're working on the front end, you will interact with the process through this particular object. All the method, everything that we do, this all the things are coming from this window only. Okay, so from the window you have tons of methods. So as you can see, we have alert, we have clear interval, clear timeout, you have closed, confirm, and you also have this document, and this document is what we are going to use most of the time. Okay, and you have fetch, the sync await thing. Everything is coming from, most of the things are coming from this particular window object, and that's how we are able to kind of like interact with the browser and manipulate things. So this is something you have to keep in mind. You have local storage, you have inner height, inner width, and tons of other things, because it's really huge and it's not possible to remember everything. All you have to do is, if you're looking for something, just use this logic and figure out what you're looking for, or you can look into the documentation what actually each of these properties and methods do. So this way you'll be able to actually do something with your project. Okay, so if you are using this global this in your backend side, you'll be getting objects called global, and on that global also you'll have some properties, and some properties are common in window and the global on the Node.js part. But the thing is, like, some things are not there. For example, this reader things are not there in the front end side, because um, browsers do that. They prevent, some kind of security, the security reasons, they prevent those things, because, anyone can use, run a script and access files and things on your server, and they can do things. Okay, so that's why this window object do not give you access to file reader kind of things. Okay, so some properties are common, some are not there. Okay, so just keep this thing in mind, that what this thing does. Okay, now global, this gives you the object that you're working with, the current environment, and you have this console of log. You can also use window, and this will give you the same thing. Okay, and you can also get the same thing using this, okay, this keyword. So that will also give you the same thing. Okay, So let me write this so that if you are, let's say, visiting this notebook, so this particular code will have access to these things. Okay. Now on this window there are tons of properties, and we are going to access a few of them, and with time we'll be able to kind of like work with tons of other properties. So let's first start with this console.log, and in this window I have document. Okay. So this thing is nothing but your DOM. Okay, so the DOM that browser has created. So this thing is same as the elements, right? So this is same as the elements. So as you can see with this window.document, this will give you the DOM. Okay, and sometimes you'll be getting the properties of that thing. So if you notice here, initially it was showing that, but now it is showing me the properties, right? So sometimes it works weirdly, but if you are not getting property, what we can do, you can use this window top document. Okay, so this will give you all the properties on a particular object. Okay, so this will give you that. Now once we have access to these properties, what we can do, we can actually figure out what all things I can do on this. So on the document, what is actually a document? Let me first tell you one thing. So this part, that white part you are seeing, that is your window, right? And within the window, you have this document. Okay, so this particular document, this is the entire document, and all the document things that you have. So within the window, we have the document. So notice, like this here, this Chrome shows width and height of that particular document. Sorry, window. Okay, so this is the height and width of the window, and within the window you have your document. So this is something you should remember, and this part is not the window. Okay, this particular part, this console part, is not the window. Only this white area that you are seeing, that is the window. Okay, and notice that this document is within the window. So what we have, even on the document we have tons of things. So we have location, we have active element, we have base URL, you have bg color, you have body, you have cookie, you have other things like domain, you have document URL, you have first child. So I mentioned that everything is a tree, so you get access to the similar thing. So like first child, first element child, and you have other things. So there are tons of things. Okay, and yeah, so what we are going to do, we are going to do some things from this document only. And most of the time we are going to work on these on this document uh, object only, most of the time. So let me show you in the prototype. In this you have things like create element. Okay, create event, and you have things like get element by id, get element by class name, get element by name, get element by tag name. So these things are some common methods that we are going to use, and we are going to use these methods to access element from our DOM tree. So this is the thing what we are actually going to do. So in front end, what we do, we have the DOM tree, and from the DOM tree we select one element, or we create one element in the DOM tree, and we do some engineering on that particular element. So we design it, we let users see that conditionally, or we add something, some functionality. So that's how we make our website more dynamic. Okay, so these are kind of like the methods, and also some important you know important methods are like this query selector. So you have query selector, you have query selector all. Okay, so these two are very common, and these two are some things we are going to use. Okay, and you have other things that you can actually read in the MDN documentation. You don't have to remember these things by heart. All you can do is, if you are looking for something, some functionality, just Google it, that how to do what, and that way you'll be able to figure out what method or property to use in order to achieve your code. Okay, so this is the thing. Now let's say you want to know what is the window height and width. So notice here that Google is showing me the height and width. If I want to get these values, what I can do, I can simply console.log, and on the window we have like property called inner height, and we also have the property called window dot inner width. Okay, so this is going to give you the height, inner height and inner width. That means this is the height and this is the width. Okay, this part. So as you can see, you have these values in pixels. So yeah, this is how you can access that. So this comes in handy if you want to show something conditionally. So let's say if you want to show you just that on tablet devices you want to show different content, then in that case these things are kind of become a little bit important for you. Okay, so this is how you can do that. Now now let's do one thing. Let's try to select elements, and let's try to do some like let's try to select things from here. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this body. Okay, so let me show you what will happen. Okay, and then you can actually guess why it is happening. So if you are watching this video carefully, then you will know the answer. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write window dot document dot body. Okay, now I have selected body, but my browser says null. So I want you to think about it. Pause the video and think about the issue. Why I am getting this particular issue. So if you have correctly guessed it, then please continue and verify whether your guess is actually correct or not. So let me tell you the issue, why the issue is happening. So as I explained in the previous section, that document start getting parsed, like browsers start parsing the document line by line, right? So what it is doing, when it is encountering the script, it is executing that script instantly, right? So here the scripts are getting instantly executed, and the rest of the part of this particular document is not getting executed, right? So that means when scripts are getting executed, we are kind of like doing this. So that's why at that time the body part of this particular body part was not passed. So this is why it is showing null. That means in the DOM our body did not exist when this particular script was executed. So this is the reason why we are saying null here. So if you want to actually uh, see this particular body, then all you have to do is you have to write defer. Okay, and once you write the defer, as you can see, the issue has been resolved. Okay, so let me tell you what is happening here. So when browser encounters this defer, what it does, it sends it's kind of like it's start processing this thing in parallel. Okay, and it does not stop the parsing of the rest of the document, and it is processing this script in the parallel. And when the processing is finished, then what browser does, browser waits for a while, and when it is done parsing the things, then only it executes your script. So this is the reason why this when we add script, this defer, then our script is executed only after the parsing has been finished. So this is the issue that we were getting. Okay, so make sure that always use defer here. Now if let's say whatever script that you are using, just make sure that you are using defer. Okay, and you should also make sure that the order of the script should be should be there. So if you are, let's say, doing something in this script.js, and you are using, let's say, value of that script in this one, then they should come in a sequenced manner. So what I mean by that is that if let's say I define this thing here, okay, and I was doing the same thing in this particular console log A. So if I put this another JS above the script JS, then I would be getting error, because that way things are kind of like not ordered, because browser passes everything line by line. Okay, and also if let's say you are using async, let's see what happens. Okay, so if you're using async, and let's do one thing, let's uncomment this part, and again uncomment this part. So as you can see, we are not getting any error. So you know what, sometimes this behavior is kind of like little bit weird in browsers, because there is a trick. Browsers, the way browsers handle everything is because this thing is also getting like processed in parallel, right? But it is executed as soon as it has been finished. Okay, it has been finished processing. But how it is able to access the value from this particular script which has not yet been executed? So the thing is, whenever you're writing async and everything, uh, sometimes browsers actually keep this particular functionality whatever you have done here in a kind of like, you can say, event listener, and then it executes things. Okay, so browsers kind of act in a little bit different manner, so that thing that I did not cover. But still, whenever, like, just make sure that use defer whenever you are writing your logic. And uh, if you are using async, just make sure that you are using async just for the external purpose, external scripts. And defer is important here, because if you are not adding a defer, the script will be executed instantly, and all the things that you have declared, logic declared here, if let's say on a body or some element there, then they won't work, because those things do not exist in the DOM tree, right? So make sure to use default. So that way your script will be executed only after those elements are made available in the DOM. Once the DOM is prepared, then your script will be executed. So this is really minor, conceptual uh, understanding that you need to have in order to not run out any kind of issue. So I think this is really important. So yeah, now once we have our this on, this is how I can like actually access the body. Okay, now as you can see, I'm getting just the tree, the body tree. Okay, so all the things that are there in the body, and in the body I have section. Okay, now what if I want to add, like, an access the uh let's say document dot body dot, let's say I just want uh you know the inner HTML. So there is something called inner HTML. Okay, and in this inner HTML, as you can see, I got this thing, section and all the thing. Okay, and if I'm writing, let's say, inner HTML, and if I just want the text content, let's see what happens. Okay. So you are getting this only the text content that we have. Okay, welcome to DOM tutorial, Laura Ellipson. So these two are there. So I'll come to those things, but still, like, just for the sake of this example, I just wanted to show you this thing. Now, this document or body that we have, and we can also access head. Okay, and this will give you the head thing. Okay, so sometimes it gives you the object, but sometimes it gives you the this DOM tree. Okay, so don't worry about it. Uh, and this is something you can do. So this is how we can select head and body. And even if you want to select further elements, then you can keep on writing that, and you'll be able to find find things. Okay, now let's talk about how we can select a particular element on this particular this document, and how we can, like, see things from there. So let me start by selecting this particular HTML, this heading, and then I'm going to show you all the things that you can do on that particular thing. Okay, so what are the ways of selecting elements? So there are various methods of selecting elements. So first thing is, you can use document.querySelector, and there are other ways like getElementById, getElementBy class name, tag name, etc. Okay, so I'm going to start with the query selector, and then I'll show you how you can actually select an element. So first step in making your website dynamic is, you want to select an element from the DOM tree, and then you want to add some functionalities on that using JavaScript. So let's first select our element. Okay, so I'm going to create a one value here, and I'm going to do something like document dot query selector. And what I'm going to do in this query selector, document dot query selector, it is, you can say, a property or method on the document. And here all you have to do is, you have to pass the element you want to access. So if you want to access heading, this h2, then you can pass h2, or you can pass the class name. So the way you select elements in the CSS, in the same way you have to do that. So in CSS, what we do, we use dot class name, right? So you have to enter the class name, and we use ID. So like we select ID like this, or we simply select h2 or paragraph, or there are other ways of selecting elements in CSS. So in the same way, you can select elements here. So you can use h2. Okay, and this way, this is what this is going to do. This is going to scan your document, and this is going to select the first instance of h2. Okay, this is not going to give you all the instances of h2. This is only going to give you the first instance. If you want all instances, all you have to do is write all. Okay, query selector all. But otherwise, just using this query selector, you can actually select a specific element using that tag name, or you can add a class name. So here I have not added any class name. So let's add a class name, and then we are going to select that using the class name. So let's say this is hero heading. Okay, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to use this, and here, if you are selecting in this way, this is not going to work. Okay, you have to write the CSS approach. So dot hero heading. Okay, and this is going to select your element, and if you console.log this particular element, you will get that. Okay, so you'll get this particular element. So we have selected this element. Now once we have selected this element, we can programmatically do something with this particular element. Okay, so what I can do, I can actually, first I can show you things that are there. So I can check its inner HTML. Okay, so element dot, let's see. So inner HTML will show you things so that are there within this particular HTML. So right now this has no inner tags. So inner HTML does it shows things with okay, with tags. So if let's say we were selecting this heading, let's say this heading, let's name it hero. Okay, so if I'm saying just hero, what this is going to do, this is going to give me everything with tag. Okay, so inner HTML gives you everything with tags. Okay, so like it gives you everything with tags, and you can also see text content. Okay, so just a text part. So this is going to show you the text part. Okay, so this is going to show you the text part. So this is the difference between inner HTML and text parts. Okay, now you can also like use them and specify some things, right? So you can add like assign some values to. Okay, and now let's say you want to see all the properties available on a particular element. So as I mentioned earlier, that you can use console.dir, right? So console.dir, and this is going to show you everything. So you can like write the element, and you'll have all the things that are there. Okay, so you'll get all the properties and things that you have available on it. And based on this, you can do tons of things. If you are confused like what all properties are there, then you can actually search and figure out what all things are there. So this is really kind of like how you can do in case you are forgetting things. Okay, now since all things are a tree, right? So they also have a parent, and they also have like child nodes and things like that. So you can actually see all the things. So let me uh you know show you. So all you have to do is console.log this element. Okay, element dot you can say child nodes. So what this is going to do, this is going to give you an object called node list. Okay, and in this node list you have text, you have hero, you have this text, paragraph, text. Okay, so it is kind of like creating a node list. So node list is a kind of like object. Okay, it is not an array, but it looks like array, and it also has just one property for each, and you can even access the things from here. So you can loop on this particular thing, but it is not array. Okay, it looks like array, but it is not array. And you can actually access element from this. So if you want to access, let's say s2, you can use 1 2 3 in a way. Okay, so that way you can access elements. So what this is doing, this is simply actually going through the your DOM, and it is accessing the things. Okay, so this is going to give you all the things. Node list, remember, it is not um, your array. Okay, and you can convert that into array, so that's not an issue. okay, if you want to work with that. Now this div also has a parent node, right? So you can you can access that parent node. So as you can see, the parent first section, right? So this is going to give you all the things, all the parent node. Now you also have this console.log element dot parent element. So this kind of works in a similar manner. So yeah, so this is also going to give you the same thing. Okay, so yeah, this way you can actually access the children and parents. So as I explained, that DOM tree is nothing but like a tree structure, and they actually work in that manner. So these methods are nothing but they're implementing all the things like depth first search, breadth first search to figure out things behind the scene. Browsers have actually made our lives a lot easier by providing all these methods, so that we do not have to implement those things, and we can actually focus on our actual work of making our website more dynamic. Okay, so this is something you can think of. Now let me tell you one thing. So let's this is the hero, right? I'll come back to this particular thing, but one thing I wanted to tell you that on the window object, you can actually create some properties on your own. So if you want to create a property, so let's say I'm creating a equal to 5. Okay, and whenever you write something with var, okay, so when you write with var, okay, so this becomes the window property automatically. So if I'm checking for this particular window, what I'm going to see, I'm going to see this window, and here you will see this A5, right? So this property is automatically added, and we have added it programmatically. And note that this var only works when your script JS or another JS, these things are not type module. Okay, so does not work with type equal to module. Okay, so this does not work with type equal to module. Also the properties that you have not defined using, let's say, let or const, they won't work. So let me tell you, if we define it using const or let, they won't work. It shows undefined, right? So these things won't work, because const and let are designed for the block, like they have some you can say a constant. They have some kind of limitations, so that's why you cannot. Var is because var was really initial features, so that's why this was automatically there. So this is just existing because of the traditional region, but if you are using const or let, in that case it won't work. Okay, so I'm just going to write it, let and const. Okay, so this is something that does not work with let and const. And also, if your type equal to module is there, then in that case also you won't be getting anything. Okay, here it will become it simply becomes undefined. Okay, so this is something you should keep in mind if you want to add some property on the window object. Okay, now let's say on this particular hero, what we can do, let's say I want to add another class. So let's say this class is called let's say class 1, let's say class 2. Okay, and I have, let's say, hidden class. Okay, now on this particular object, what we can do, we can actually check all the class. So you can use this class list. Okay, and this is going to give you another kind of object, dom token list, right? So this is another kind of object, and here you have all the class names. So at 0 index we have hero, then class 1, class 2, class 3. So this is how you can kind of even add your own class. And here, as you see, you have this add contains entries for each. These are kind of the method and properties there, and you can remove, you can replace. Okay, so you can do a lot of things. You can use toggle. So we'll be using those things in the project, but right now I just wanted to tell you that you can actually mm, you know uh, access all the class names. Okay, and if you want to add something, you can simply write element.classList.add, and you can write the class name, and that will actually add a new class name. So and this logic you can use if you want to, let's say, show something conditionally. So if, let's say, you want to hide something initially, and you want to show something with the best of some kind of logic, and then you can remove that class, and that will actually start. So let's say I have added hidden here, right? So initially it will be hidden, and let's say you want to show to the user that this content is there, then you can simply remove the class by using this element.classList.remove your class name. Okay, and if you want to, let's say, toggle things, like toggling means like if you want to on conditionally. So let's say if your user clicks on a button and you want to toggle the theme. So let's say if you're creating dark and light theme, in that case you can simply allow user to click on the button, and then you can toggle the class name. So this is how you can use this this on these methods. So this comes in really handy. And note that these things are some specific objects defined for this purpose. So this is something you should keep in mind. Okay, and yeah, so we have covered things, how to select things. And okay, now let me tell you, there are other ways of selecting things. Okay, so if I am writing this LMs, okay, and I want to select document dot query selector, and this was query selector. Now I'm going to use query selector all, right? And what I want to do, I want to select not one, not two, not three. I want to select all the H2 element existing in my document. So how I can do that? So let's say if I have another H2, and let's say uh, you know so if, let's say, I have another H2, and you know what I want to do, let's say I want to add a class to it. So it's right, another heading. Okay, now what I want to do, I want to select all the H2. So all you have to do is, if you want to select multiple items, then you can use this query selector all, and you have to write the name of that particular thing. If you're say H2, if you have classes, then all you have to do is, in the similar manner, you can write this uh, class name. So you have to use the dot hero class name. Okay, so let me write it down here. So let me first show you that it has actually selected all the headings. So it works for the multiple elements. Okay, if you want to select more than one elements, and that's kind of important. So here, as you can see, it also stores things in a mode list object, and here we have this heading, this zero, at zero index we have this one, and at one first index we have this another heading. Okay, so this is how it stores. If you have more number of headings, you can do that. And here also selection works by kind of, like, you can say in the same manner, dot class name, and all you have to do is, like, enter values in this manner. So let me show you. So if you want to enter something, you have to write the class 1, class 2, okay, and so on, and you will be selecting in the same fashion as CSS. Okay, selection works in the same way as in CSS. Okay, so the way you select elements in CSS, all you have to do is add all the things in comma. Okay, and this is how you can do the selection part. So just make sure that you are using everything within a within two these commas, and like, make sure that you are adding commas here. If you want to, you don't have to write it this way. So don't write it this way. Okay, so you have to write these things within this only. Okay, and then you'll be able to select all the things if you're working. But most of the time you'll be using this query selector. And other way of selecting element is like by getElementById. So if, let's say, I want to select my div, let's say, document dot query selector, not, sorry, getElementById, right? All I have to do is, I have to write the ID name. So here, I do not have any ID here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write ID, and here, let's say, my ID. Okay, all I have to do is, in this case, you don't have to use CSS approach. You have to write main ID. All right. So here, no, not CSS push. Yes, simple name. Okay. So this is going to give you that D you have selected. So here, as you can see, you get this thing. Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, that sometimes you get that DOM, or sometimes you get this particular object kind of view. So it's totally something kind of like weird. Sometimes you get that, sometimes you don't. Right now, as you can see, it has changed. Okay, so this is something from the browser side, but still here now you are getting this. So once you have selected this element, you can do it in that way. And another way of selecting things is using class name, tag name, etc. Okay, so here what you can do, get element by class name. So here all I have to do is, so yeah, sorry, I did not change the name, those did deep to. Okay, so here as you can see, this is giving me HTML collection. Okay, and it shows this particular thing. So it gives you everything in a HTML collection. This is another kind of object that JavaScript implements, and this is another way of selecting things. So please make sure to choose one way how you want to select things. Okay, and I will not recommend learning all the things. And here as you can see, it says you can pass more than one class names. Okay, so return HTML collection of the elements in the object on which the method was invoked. Okay, that have all the classes given by the class names. So if you have a specific requirement that you only want to select based on single class name or based on multiple class names, that then you can use this approach. Okay, feel free to read in the documentation. Otherwise, what I would recommend, just stick to get element by ID, query selector. These are more than sufficient, because you will be the all you have to do is select one element from this particular thing, and you'll be doing that. Okay, these things are needed in some cases, but still, no, that's not something you should mock up. And feel free to read ambient documentation where you have everything explained in depth. Okay, rest part, I think you'll be more than like you will have more than sufficient understanding of how to select things just using this query selector all get element by ID. Okay, so yeah, these are like some basics. And now what I want to do, let's copy this thing. Now let's move on to some things like what you can do. Okay, so let's say I have this div selected. Okay, now what I want to do, I want to change some things using program. So I want to change the styling of this thing. So if you want to change the styling of this particular element, all you can do is this element dot style, and let's say style dot, let's say if you want to change the background color, if you want to change the border, etc., everything, then you can do it this way. Okay, so you can write on px solid, and you can write color name, and this is going to add a border, right? So here as you can see, it has added border in the div. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me remove this heading. Now also I'm going to remove these things just for the clarity. Okay, and now we have this particular thing. Okay, let's do one thing, that kind of, yeah. Now let's say I want to add some padding here. So what I can do, I can write style dot padding, and let's say I want padding to be 210 from all sides. Okay, so now this has given me some padding. Okay, so as you can see, you have some padding. Okay, and this way you'll be able to kind of like do some padding. Also one thing I did not tell you here, that you what you can do, some things, like there are tons of things, and it is not really um possible to kind of like mention everything. So element dot class name, so this class name property that you have here. Okay, this class name, this says view, right? And if let's say, this thing is class name, right? But in HTML we use class. So if you guessed it, why we have class name here? So in JavaScript some namings are changed. Okay, they are changed because JavaScript also has this class keyword, right? So JavaScript will kind of like will not give you the class name key the word here, right? Why? Because it will conflict with the naming conventions. So that's why JavaScript uses this camel case notation, and you'll be you'll see most of some properties are kind of written in this manner. So that is simply because of the uh because that should not conflict with JavaScript. Okay, so this is the reason why you have such names. Okay. And now here we have added some padding. Now let's do one thing. Let's see how we can add. We do not want to write things in one go. So we do not want to write this way. We want to write some things in one go only. So line by line instead of line by line. Let's do one thing. Write style dot sorry style dot css text. Okay, so I believe this is the thing. And in this case, what you can do, you can write some styling here. Okay, so you can write background color, and background color, let's say you have and you know you have, let's say, border. So your border is, sorry, this is, so your color is this. Okay, and let's choose another color. So that's kind of like doing. So as you can see, we have this background color, and your border is, let's say, 1px solid, and we all want this border. And we have the border. Now we also want padding. Okay, so we also want padding here, 2 rem, and we also want border radius. Okay, so the border radius, let's say 0.375 m. Okay, now as you can see, our kind of design looks really cool, right? So that instead of this, what I want, let's say 333. So this is going to make our um, design a little bit nice. So as you can see, we have used this JavaScript to design our elements. So I won't recommend doing your CSS here on this particular page. Okay, and because these things are available to you so that you can programmatically do some styling. But I won't recommend doing all the styling here only. Just make sure to create a CSS, and from there you can choose a class name, and then you can do some styling and figure out things. So please use CSS, external CSS. Otherwise, programmatically, if you want to add some CSS, very short CSS, then please use this functionality. So if you programmatically want to show padding, if you want to show border, if you want to write some custom CSS, then you can use this approach. So yeah, please do this, and once you have done this, you'll be able to see this. So if you want to expand this, as you can see, we have this nice preview. Okay, so this is how you can programmatically do the styling part and everything. So I believe this was helpful. Now let's move on to some other topic. Okay, so one thing that I just wanted to tell you that I think I did not cover that. Okay, so yeah, all the things that are in the document. So let's increase the size of our console. So all the things are documented in our they're all tree, right? So what we can do, we can access one particular node, and we can figure out its children, and we can access. So another way of even selecting things is you can to console.log, and there is another way of we have these children. So what this gives a HTML collection, and this kind of another object, I think I have discussed this, that it is another kind of object. So here, as you can see, on the zero index, we have HTML. So this gives you the HTML, okay? And if you are going on this HTML, you will have body, its children is another, this HTML collection. So as you can see, it is kind of nested one after another. So this is like, head. And if you go in head, you'll find other things like, so here we have another children, so it has meta text, script, etc. So even using children you can access elements. So if you want to, let's say, uh, you know this is going to select the HTML, right? And on this, what you can do, you can access the children, and here you can access the zero, and this is going to give you the head, right? If you want to select the body, you can do it in this manner. So this is also going to give you the selection part. So this is also one thing that you can do and figure out on your own. So this is something I just wanted to show you, that this is another way of selecting things. Now let's say I'm working with an image, right? And let's do one thing, just create an image, and I'm not going to mention any source. So let's just write just leave it. Okay, and let's say I'm leaving this alt attribute as um, I am an image. Okay, and this, we have this image. Now what we are going to do, we are going to um, programmatically change this alt attribute, and this, we have this img. So first of all, we are going to select that particular element. Okay, we can also add class name and id to that, but I'm just going to select it using the uh, query selector, because this image is the only single element there. So that's what I'm going to do. And just note that when you are using query selector, it is going to select only the first element. If you are selecting using the this tag name, so it is only going to select the first element. So it's not going to select other images. So in that case, you have to use this class name, a specific class, a specific tag you want to choose. Okay, so this is something you have to keep in mind. So, and now let's do one thing. Let's select that image, and here this query selector, and we are going to select that image. Okay, and once we have selected this image, what we can do, we can check all the things that we have. Okay, so just like the element that I showed you, we can check the src. Okay, this is going to give you this link, because it's coming from these particular documents. And if you want to check, you know if you have another src, like let's say some other location, then your you will see some other thing. Okay, so if you have added actually some other image, it is going to give you that particular location. So this is, now this is going to give you the alt thing. Okay, so the alt attribute that you have added. Now let's say you want to add some src, if you want to add some alt tag on your own, then you can actually do it in this manner. So you can specify the value. So these things are nothing but a kind of like way you can assign values. So just like an object, you can assign things. So let's say this is um this is a tiger. Okay, so this is going to give you the tiger once you have logged in, like in console log. One second, because initially things will not be available. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write image.out. Okay, now as you can see, this is tiger. Here it will not show, because we declared this, we assigned this value after this, right? So it was not available earlier. So this is the reason why we have this here tiger after that. Okay, now what you can do, you can also kind of like check the class name, check the style, like etc, everything. And there are other methods as well. So if you check console.log and image dot you have this get attribute. Okay, so this is same as you, all you have to do is mention the attribute name, and it will give you the value here. So this is your tiger. So this is something you can do. And then you have you know console.log uh, img dot set attributes. So these methods you don't have to remember, you simply have to look into that. And here you have to specify the attribute name, that attribute name you want to change, and then you have to specify what attribute value you want to set. So let's say I'm going to say that this is not a tiger. Okay, So this is going to set the attribute, and let's take the attribute here. Okay, so this is undefined for some reason, and I'm not sure where this is coming from. So let's comment this, and let's comment this part. Okay, so I guess this thing is coming from some other, let's say 56, right? So yeah, okay, so we are doing this console log, which is not something you should be doing. Okay, so you have to use set attribute here. Okay, so please make sure that you are not console logging some things. Some things you cannot do that. Okay, so I was in a hurry, so that's why I did that. But still, uh, ing.set attribute, so you do not have to console log it. Only you can do these values. Okay, so the test does not return anything, because if you notice here, it says void rate. That means it is not returning anything, so there is no way you can console log anything. And whenever if you're confused with some method, just simply uh, put your mouse on that particular method, and your VS Code is going to show you things. Okay, so this is coming from TypeScript, and VS Code kind of shows things. So it's kind of like, here you can write the qualified name string, and here you can see like what all these arguments you have to pass. You can do it for any other things. So here also, if you hover on it, it is going to show you things like this selects all the images, and all the things that you pass. Okay, based on returns the first element that is descendant of node that matches the selector. So this is something you can use if you do not know what all methods are available. Okay, or you can check into documentation. So this is how you can do. So here we have set the attribute of this thing, and you can also use other attributes that you have and set that value there. Okay, so this set attribute accepts your qualified name, the name of the attribute, and your value. Okay, so as you can see here, this is how you can check and analyze. Now you also have something called has attribute. So if you want to check that whether some things are available or not, so you can check that. So image.has attribute, and don't worry, you don't have to remember it. If let's say I want to check that whether this image is id or not, and this is going to give you the boolean. Okay, so here it says false, right? So if I'm just typing that false, okay, I think I removed something. Yeah. So this is true, right? So we have already all the attribute already there on our, this particular image tag. So this is how you can do. Let's say conditionally you want to check if certain element has the attribute or not. In that case, you have to use this has attribute, and that way you'll be able to get the access to that particular element and figure out whether it has some particular attribute or not. If you want to do something conditionally. Okay, so this is where these things comes in handy. And these methods are like, there are tons of other methods, and I believe like these things comes after practice. Like if you once you start building things, then you'll be able to see all the things. Now you can also remove attributes. So here, as you can see, it says remove attribute. So all you have to do is write the name of the attribute and remove it. Okay, so you can remove the attribute. And now if you are checking this console log, and let's say alt, this will give you false because we have already removed the attribute. Okay, so this is how you can uh, work with the attributes and remove and add them programmatically. So these are the things like you can do. Okay, and now once we are done with this, there are tons of other things that you can do, and we'll learn more such concepts, how to use them programmatically when you're working. So once we start building projects and everything, we'll see those concepts as well. Okay, so um, feel free to first go through all things that we have learned until now, and then revise things, and once they're settled in your brain, experiment with that, check out the documentation, and then try to figure out what this thing does, what this other thing does. So you can console a window, and then you can figure out all that properties there, and then you can see what this thing does and what this thing does not do. Okay, so that way you'll be able to kind of understand more things that I have not even covered it, but I'm going to cover a lot more. Okay, don't worry about it. So I'm going to cover a lot of things. So yeah, let's move on to the next. Now let's see how we can add some element in our dormitory programmatically. So before I show you anything, let me first add a class name here. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to add this class called para, and then I'm going to select this element para. And here what I want to do, I want to go with this document query selector, and here I want to select using the class name. Okay, and one thing I did not mention, that here I'm not using window.document uh, because window is globally available, so you can use all the property on that without any this notation window dot, or you can simply directly use document. This means window.document only, but this is something just I wanted to clarify, you don't need to use window all the time. So yeah, apart from this para, I also want this deep to be selected because I need that div for one purpose that I'll show you. So this was the name, hero. Yeah, so this was the class name. Okay, so now I have these two elements selected. So let me first show you the text content on this para. Okay, so right now we have this text content, and if let's say I want to update this text content, one way of doing this is I am new para. Okay, so this is going to remove the previous content, and this is going to give me the new content that I have assigned here. Okay, so just make sure that this is going to override everything that you have. Okay, in the text area. So this is going to remove that, but I don't want to do this. I want to add something around this particular element. So let's say you want to add something. So one way of doing that, so you have to first figure out where you want to put your content. So let's say this is my paragraph, and I want to add something here or something here. So how I can do that? Most of the time you'll be needing these two positions, but you can put something here, something here, something here. Okay, so just before the closing tag, so this just before the opening tag you can put something, just after this you can put something, just before the closing tag you can put something, just after the closing tag you can put something. So there are four positions where you can add something. So let me show you how you can do that. So there is a method called insert adjacent uh, element, insert adjacent HTML, insert adjacent text. Okay, so these three methods work in the similar manner. I am going to show you this insert adjacent HTML, as this is the one that we'll be using most of the time. So here you can see you have this after begin, after end, before begin, before end. Okay, so this means the positions that I showed you here. So this position is before begin, this position is after begin, this position is before end, this position is after end. So these four positions you have to keep in mind. So just for the visual clarity, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you the uh, you know everything, so that you do not forget and get confused with the uh, positions. Okay, so let's do something. Let's give some padding so that we can have some. Hopes not this much. Okay, so we have given some spacing there, and now what I'm going to do, I'm going to insert some HTML at the positions that I mentioned. So you have this before begin, right? So even you use this position, and here you have to specify another argument. So here, as you can see, it says position, and you have this text, and this text is actually is kind of like HTML. Okay, so here I can specify my HTML, and this is, let's say, before begin. I'm just specifying the position so that you can see. Okay, so this is before begin para. So here notice like it is being passed as HTML. That means this P that I mentioned here, these things are not coming. Okay, so the tags are not shown. So this is being passed as HTML. Now if I want to uh, put this thing at some other place, so what we can do, we can write like after begin, and here you have after begin. So this is coming just after the opening P. Okay, so this position, so this is where. So if you want to add some, let's say, text here, you can do that. So this is how kind of you can add some HTML or some text. um, so if you are adding text, in that case you have to use that insert adjacent text, not HTML. So uh, you know just use this particular thing just for the HTML case. If you want to insert some text there, you can use that insert adjacent text. Okay, and if you want to insert some element like the paragraphs, etc., then in that case you have to use that insert adjacent element, because those methods are specifically designed and they are more efficient for those purpose. Okay, so there is a reason why I am recommending to use those specific things. Now if let's say I want to add after, before, and. Okay, so this is going to add it before and para. Okay, so this is going to add it just before the closing tag. And let's do this one final time, so that you can remember the positions. Okay, so this is the after and para. So let me show you. So this is the after and para. Okay, so this is something you should remember. And most of the time in your program you'll be using this particular approach to insert some HTML dynamically, or to update some HTML. Okay, and that way you'll be able to kind of like figure out. So most of the time, what you should do, if let's say some things are dynamic here, so let's say if you there are some numbers, in that case, instead of using this, what you can do, you can use this particular sign. Okay, this means you can actually use some JavaScript inside dynamically. Okay, so just use that. Now once we have this, you also have this insert uh, adjacent element and insert adjacent text. Okay, so please use these things whenever you need them for a specific purpose. For HTML, use this. For elements, use this. For text, use this. Okay, and I just wanted to tell you one thing, that whenever you are accepting user input, or some, if you are designing your front end application, make sure that if you are using this text, or if you are taking any kind of user input, you are first cleaning the user input. If you are cleaning that, so that you just do not end up introducing some kind of some you can say attacks. So that's called excesses attacks. And this is something like you have to keep in mind, because most of the time what happens, like some users are kind of like they can do something with their application. Your entire application will just like crash, or something may happen. So this is why you should consider cleaning the user input before you add it to the DOM, or do anything, or add it to server or anything. So just make sure that you are actually processing everything before you do anything. Okay, so this is something you have to remember. And one thing I wanted to tell you, like there are other methods too. Okay, so there is something called append, and there is another method which is prepend. Okay, so what they do, they kind of accept multiple nodes, and that you can insert just before that. Just like it's like, let me show you the location. So if let's say you are appending to this particular div, then the element that will be appended, they will go here. Okay, so and this particular method accepts more than one node. Okay, so you can insert multiple nodes, and they will be kind of like the last children of this particular div. So they will be one after another here inside this particular div. Okay, and now if you are prepending it, then they will go somewhere here. Okay, so they will be the first kind of, you can say. uh, so that's where that's how it works. So let me show you. So if let's say I want to prepend, okay, so if I'm prepending this para, so as you can see this has moved. Okay, so where this has moved, it has actually moved at this particular this paragraph has moved before this particular heading. Okay, so prepend is kind of like, you can say, it puts things just before that, just at the top, you can say, when you're prepending. And append is kind of like just at the bottom, but it is within the parent. Okay, it is within the parent node. Notice here that it is not actually cloning the paragraph, it is shifting it in the DOM tree. So whenever you use prepend or append, they kind of like, these methods usually shift elements within the DOM tree. They do not create like a copy. Okay, so if you want to create a copy, then all you have to do, you have to use this method called clone node. Okay, if you do this, notice here you have this particular box, right? But this is not cloning the entire part. So if you want to clone the entire part, you need to do the deep cloning. In order to do deep cloning, you have to use this true. Okay, so when you enter this true, you'll get that this entire content within that. That means it is also copying all the nested things that are there. Okay, so let me write it down here. uh, that non node true for nested cloning of the node. Okay, so this means all the nested things that are there within that particular element, they will also be kind of like cloned. So let's see in the DOM tree. In the DOM tree, notice like uh, this this particular thing has moved before the heading. Okay, so it is not going before this div, it is kind of like it's becoming its first child. Okay, and when you prepend it, it will become the last child. So let's see. So when you prepend, it will become, so when you, sorry, again, when you append, it will become the last child. So in the console, if you see, each has kind of like become the last child, right? So this is how you can put something within a particular like element. So if you want to put something inside a parent, then you can use this. That element will become the last child using append, and using prepend, it will become the first child. And you can actually pass more than one value here, so it accepts more than one element, and also it accepts the text. So the text will be treated as text node. Okay, so this is something you have to keep in mind. And apart from this, you have other methods too. So you have append child. So append child actually accepts one single node, and it does not accept texts. So please use it whenever you need that. And then apart from this, we have insert before. Insert before is like, you are passing a target and you are saying that, hey, just put this thing before that particular element. Okay, and there is also something called replace cell. So replace cell is going to replace that particular element. And apart from this, you also have before and after. So before is going to put this thing before that div, so it is not going to make it children. If we are using before, it is going to put it just before that div. And then you have after, so it's just like the insert adjacent HTML that I talked about previously. But it's kind of like, you have different ways of inserting things. So there are various methods available. I think you should actually look into the MTN documentation. But I think in modern times we usually use this prepend and append if we want to make something the child of that particular element, and we use before and after if we want to kind of like put things just before that thing and after that. Okay. And most of the time you'll be using this adjacent insert adjacent HTML, so that's not an issue. Apart from that, there are tons of methods, and I believe you'll be a lot, and you'll be in a better position if you check out the ambient documentation and kind of read through all the available methods that you have. Now, let's say you want to create a new, new element programmatically. So one way of doing that is kind of like writing this thing and then putting it somewhere around, okay, somewhere around a particular element, right? But if you want to create something programmatically, so let's say I want to create a new para and I want to uh, use one method. So there is a method called document dot create element, and this create element, what this is going to do, all you have to do that you have to specify the tag name. Okay, so here it is showing all the suggestions, right? So you can simply specify, let's say you want to create a para. Okay, so I'm just going to specify a paragraph tag, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to, let's say, do some paragraph dot style dot color, and let's say you want to use red color. Okay, so let's use this black, and what do you want to do, let me let me reduce this transparency so that I can actually see. Now, this thing won't be instantly visible on your document. Why? It's because it is not added to the DOM tree. If you want to add it to the DOM tree, you have to add it somewhere around this particular thing. Okay, so you have to you can use this prepend, append, or you can insert adjacent element. This thing that I specified here, or you can kind of you can simply, let's say, let me show you the other thing that I talked about. Div dot after, and here you can simply write this. Okay, and yeah, we did not add the text content. Okay, so that's why it is not showing. So you have to specify the text content. I am a new para created by javascript. Okay, so this is how you can create that, and once you do this, your element should appear in that particular DOM. As you can see, our element is already here. Okay, so it's not visible right now because of this color that I have used, but let's make it a little bit. So yeah, here as you can see, I'm a new para created by JavaScript. Okay, so this is how you can create a new element, and then you can actually use this after, before, append, and that way you'll be able to add things. Okay, so just note that these things prepend, append, they do not clone, they simply move the position unless you specify that you are actually passing a clone. Okay, so this is something you have to keep in mind. Also, let's say you want to remove this particular element. Okay, so how you can remove that? So whatever element you want to remove, so let's say you do not need this particular thing, so you just have to write new element name, and then you have to use this remove method, and this is going to remove that element from the DOM tree. Okay, so this element is now gone. So if you want to, let's say, remove the body, we can remove everything. Okay, so and this is kind of like it's lost forever. Okay, so document.body, and let's say you want to remove everything, so this is going to remove everything that you have uh, on this particular document. So everything is gone now. Okay, but I'm not going to do that. I'm simply going to clear this thing out, and here we have our this thing back. So yeah, this is how you can achieve, you can create your element, and here you can specify text content, color. You can specify, if you're creating other elements, you can specify other properties. So use this if you want to programmatically create some things. But most of the time, I think this is more than sufficient for your work. And if you need anything else, like if you are struggling, you are facing some issues, then please make sure to visit this MDN documentation, because there are tons of other methods. It is not possible to cover everything in one single sitting. Okay, so and it is not even possible to remember everything if you are just a beginner. So please check out the documentation. And I think uh, all you have to take from this particular section is that there are ways to insert elements in the DOM tree, and there are ways to find the elements. That's what we have discussed until now. Okay, and there are ways to create and do everything programmatically. So whatever you want to do, you have to know what question you're asking and where to find that answer for that particular question. Okay, so this is what you should be getting from this entire tutorial. Okay, that you should be able to find what you're looking for and how to do something programmatically. Okay, so I think this is more than sufficient. But now let's move on to the next little bit advanced concept. Now let's talk about something that I believe people do not cover in their JavaScript courses. And I think, once you know this create element, then you have this temptation that you can create element and append it to some, another node. And like, you can create another element and append it again. So I think as a beginner, you have this temptation to create things. And I think, if you keep on doing that, you'll make your script a little bit very inefficient, and browsers kind of do not like that. So browsers have already created some solutions for you, and I think as a developer you should know how to efficiently write your code. So there are various ways of optimizing things. Okay, so uh, initially I mentioned that there are various types of nodes, right? So if you visit this mdn documentation, so let's search mdn node. Okay, so I'm just going to visit this link node. Okay, and if you scroll, you will see that there is a table, right? So this table is kind of like collection of all the different types of nodes that browsers provide you. Okay, so you have this element node, you have attribute node, text node, c data section node, you have processing instruction node, comment node, document type node, document fragment node. So you have this is the node name, this is the node value that we saw in this beginning, and when we were doing that console log, so we saw that, right? So these values you will see in various places. So uh, what they do, so browsers actually treat them in a different manner, because like they have different purpose. So you have this text node, you have element nodes, so they have different purpose, and they are designed so that document object model that is passed by browser, that they can be kind of created in a very efficient manner. So this is the reason why that is there. Now the concern for this particular section is document fragment node. Okay, so what this particular thing is? So this document fragment node acts like a placeholder. So let's say you are creating elements. What you can do, you can create multiple elements, whatever elements you want, and once you are like satisfied with your design, you can put this entire collection, append this entire collection in this document fragment node. Okay, once you have appended everything in this document fragment node, you can then put it somewhere you need it. Okay, so if you need it somewhere in the body or somewhere in a different element, then you can append it that way. So what this does, this document fragment node acts as a placeholder, right? And this makes little bit kind of like your code more efficient, because browsers do not have to process things again and again. And it's a little bit just for the sake of efficiency, these document fragment nodes are there. Okay, so HTML also has something pre-built, and it provides a tag called template tag, and whatever you write in the template tag, you can reuse it. So reusability is um, the main concern here. So if let's say I'm creating a tag for template, and let's give it a id so that we can select it. Let's call it box. So let's say you want to create a box, and you want to reuse this particular box. Okay, so you want to reuse this design or customize it according to your you know need. So let's say I am just using a simple paragraph. So let's say I am a box. Okay, So what you want to do, you want to use this particular box at multiple places within your document. So as you can see, it is not appearing on the document, right? So what this tag does, this tag gives you kind of like an ability to create a template, and you can use this template at multiple places. And this thing is not appearing here. It's because it is existing in a document fragment node. So let me show you. So in the DOM tree, you will notice that you have something else. So in the DOM tree, as you can see, we have this template tag. So it is shown in the DOM tree, and browsers show that, but they do not render it here. Okay, so it is not showing it here. But here notice that it says document fragment. This means this is existing in a document fragment. So once we programmatically choose to show it somewhere, then only we'll be able to add it somewhere on the body. So right now it is existing in the document fragment, and it is you can say kind of like not rendered. Browsers do not count them. You can see say it that way. Okay, so this is how it is. I'll show it, then things will become more clear. Okay, now let's select this particular box, and then what we can do, we can let's call it. So in this particular template tag, you do not have many uh, properties and methods. The most important of this is, let me show it in the console. So the most important property it has is the content. Okay, so what we can do, we can use this content. Okay, so once we have this content, we can append it somewhere. Okay, so this is how you can do it. So let me show you. So once you have the content of that thing, you can clone it and add it somewhere. So whenever you need it, even whenever you need to reuse it, you can clone it and add it somewhere on a particular like element. So whether you want to add it on body, or previously we selected deep, so even you can add it there. Okay, so this is how it works. So let's say I want to add it on a particular element. So let's say I want to append it to the body. So if you want to, let's say document dot body, okay, dot append. Okay, I'm going to use this append child because I'm just adding one node. You can use multiple nodes. So I'm just going to use this. Now, all you have to do, you have to clone this part. Okay, without cloning, it will not work. Okay, so you are going to clone this node, and you also want it to be true. Okay, so once you have cloned it, this should appear on your this particular rendered part. So here you can see we have this I am a box. Okay, so what this is doing, this is kind of like acting as a template, and you can clone that template and reuse it somewhere else. So you can reuse it on this particular div that we had earlier, or you can use it somewhere else. But note that in every case you have to clone and node. Okay, clone and do something. Okay, so clone and append or prepend. Okay, so whatever you want to do. Now let's say you want to customize the design of this particular thing. So if you want to customize it, what you can do, you can um you know assign it to a variable. So let's say I call it clone element, or let's say let's call it clone. Okay, so let's say I did this. Now what you can do on this particular thing, you can also do some styling, and then after adding the styling, you can do some cloning. Okay, so here on this particular clone also you can call some methods like query selector. Okay, so let's say in this query selector you want to select the para. Okay, and then what you want to do, you want to add a style dot, let's say, border, and let's call it this way. Okay, so as you can see, we have this particular border. It's really dim, so let me make it clear. So as you can see, we have this thing, okay, right? So if let's say you want to show that particular element in a different style or in a different manner, then you can also use things that I have shown you here. So you can actually customize them according to your need. So this is the use of template, okay? So templates kind of like it's designed for usability purpose, so that whatever code you are writing, it becomes more efficient, okay? Also note that on this cloned element, you also have this query selector. So I forgot to mention that on this document you have this query selector, um, and there are other elements too. They also have the query selector and all that thing, okay? But mainly we deal with documents, so this is kind of like the most used one. So do not forget that some elements cannot have this method. So just console log that element and check the prototypes and things like that, and you'll find what all methods are there. If you are not sure, visit that Indian documentation and you'll figure that out, okay? So this is how you can use the template, and you can like improve the efficiency of your code, okay? Now let me revise this, how it is working. So what you are doing here is, this thing is existing in a document fragment is working as a placeholder, and in the placeholder these things are existing. And with the help of JavaScript, what you are doing some modification, whatever thing that you are happy with, and then once you are happy with that, then you are appending it to the element that you wherever you want to add it. This way your browser kind of like um, like it works become a little bit more easier. So this is the reason why we have this document fragment. Now even in JavaScript there is an approach called create document fragment. So even with the help of code, what you can do, you can use this, let's call it fragment. And on this document, what I want to do, I want to create a document fragment. So this is similar to this template. But template, it's kind of like it comes with HTML, so it is more efficient. So I recommend using this template only, or you can use this approach as well. So you can create a document fragment, and it does not accept any arguments. So you can simply create a fragment. So this is kind of like, yes, you are creating a placeholder. So you can write this, write it this way. We're creating a placeholder. Okay, so we have created a placeholder, and now what I am going to do, uh, this is kind of like, this fragment will act like a tree. Okay, so this is going to act like a the root node. And and with this root node, what we are going to do, we are going to create different elements, and we are going to attach those elements to the root node. Like, we can create a subtree and we can attach it to the fragment. Okay, so let's create a paragraph. So let's call it p1, and on this document, okay, we have this method called create element. And here what we can do, we can pass para. You can create other elements, and let's create another paragraph. And let's things will become clear after this. This is another para. Okay, now we also need to add let's say text content, otherwise it will not be clear. So let's call it mp1. Okay, and let's say text content mp2. Okay, now in our previous approach, what we were doing, we were creating an element, we were attaching it somewhere. Okay, but if you are not sure about, if let's say I did not tell you about these things, what you would be doing, you would be appending them or prepending them somewhere. If let's say you have multiple elements that you are creating programmatically, then appending them to a body or any other element would be like highly inefficient. So what we are doing now, we are first, once we are ready with our this particular paragraph, like p1 and p2, once we have created all the elements we need, and once we are happy with all the things, all the designs and everything, what we can do, we can attach them to the fragment. Okay, so this fragment is like a node, and this node is kind of like going to store these values. So P1 and P2, they will be like subtrees, okay, part of like in node. So what I can do, I can write fragment, and on this fragment I can do append, okay, and I'm going to append P1 and P2, okay. Now this is not going to be uh, shown anywhere in your DOM or anything, because right now it's only existing in the memory. It's not anywhere on this particular thing. Even if you inspect this element, it's not going to be there, okay. So this is coming from the previous one. But so what we have done, we have only created the placeholder and we have attached these two elements, okay. Now we can finally, once we are satisfied, we can finally attach them to the body or d wherever we want to do. So let's say we want to attach it to the body, just for the sake of simplicity, and we can then use this append or append child. So you can do that. And once we're done, we can use this fragment, and we are not using this p1 p2, okay. So this is kind of like how you can make your code. So as you can see here, we have this I am p1 and I am p2. So this is now existing on the body. So this is how you can use this fragment. Or if you want to use this template, which I recommend is the most efficient manner of doing things. But even if you want to use this fragment, you can use that. So the overall idea here is to first arrange whatever code you have written or created the elements. First make sure that you know you are using them in a structured manner and combining them together, then attaching them to the placeholder in this fragment, and then you are like delivering that fragment or whatever thing that you have, all the collection, to the element wherever you want to add, okay. So fragment kind of like it acts like or you can say a delivery guy. So it's like, hey, all these p1 and p2 are now attached to fragments, okay. But this fragment, whenever you say append, this fragment is only going to deliver these two elements. So this fragment won't be getting appended. So not the fragment, all the elements, all the child, only the subtree. So like just it's fragment is the main node. Just try to visualize it. Fragment is the main node. So whatever things that are below this, all the child nodes, they will be delivered to the body or wherever you want to attach, not the fragment itself. So that's why here in this particular this boundary, you do not see that thing. So they are kind of like in separate, okay. So here you have p and p1 and p2. So fragment just works like a delivery guy. Yeah, and template is just for the usability part. So they are both slightly different, but act in a different act in a like kind of like different manner. You can like use them and try to like write more efficient code by using these concepts, okay. If you are just starting out, I would recommend this use template. And if you're comfortable using this create document fragment, this is also an option. I don't think it is complicated, but I think as a beginner this can be a little bit complicated to understand. But still, now I'll be using these concepts in later section of this particular tutorial, because I'm going to discuss a concept of shadow DOM, okay, and how you can use shadow DOM. So there is a concept of shadow DOM which I have not discussed it, but I'm going to touch upon that topic later on, and I'll also come to one discussion related to how to create uh, you know reusable components, web components. So there are tons of things to learn, but I think the introduction to template and create document fragment is more than sufficient for now, okay. And we can now like shift our focus to some other thing. So now let's move on to the next section and discuss about events. Now let me tell you, events are really crucial for the web development part, because if you do not understand this concept, you may not be able to understand the web development in general, okay. So please focus on this section carefully so that you can actually understand the concept. Now what are events? So the simplest way to understand event is, you can say, you are taking some action based on some other previous action, okay. So it's like you are conditionally doing something. So this is the simplest way to put this thing. So you are conditionally doing something based on some previous you can say occurrence, or some previous previous event, or previous you can say action. So this is like the simplest way I can put what events are. So let's say if a user is scrolling, then you want to do something. If user is clicking on a button, then you want to do something. If a user is let's say loading the page, then you want to do something. Let's say if a user is resizing the page, then you want to do something. So it's like you are conditionally doing something. Okay. Officially the definition may be different, but I think this is the simplest way. As a beginner you can understand events. Okay. Now, events are not limited to browsers or JavaScript. Events in general are a kind of architecture that is implemented by other software systems as well. Like let's say if you are working on the backend in Node.js, also has like a event-based architecture. In other platforms like mobile devices, laptops, they do have their other their own way of implementing things. So it's not limited to these browsers, but yeah, browsers are themselves kind of like you can say systems, and you can uh, do something within that system. So it's like browsers communicate with you. Hey, user is clicking on this button. Hey, user is resizing the page. Do something. So you can actually track those events, and if you're not tracking those events will be lost. So nothing will happen. So what you can do, in order to take some action, you need to first track those events, and you can track those events by listening to them. So there is a method called addEventListener, and using this method you can attach a event listener to a particular element or a particular thing, and you can then do something. So event listeners are not kind of like specific to elements on the DOM. It can be something more abstract like a window, or some other thing. So it can be anything that's conditionally you want to do something. So I do not want to confuse you right now, because I just want to keep something like things simple so that you can have an understanding. So like you have a method called addEventListener, and using this particular method, what you can do, you can listen to some action. So you can you can track some action, and then in this method you can pass your logic, whatever logic that you have, and that logic will be calculated. You can say that logic will be executed as soon as something happens. Okay. So it's a bit best to understand this thing with the help of an example, so that things can become more clear. Okay. Now let's first create a div, and I'm going to create this div so that things can be little bit more clear. Now let's call this button click me. Okay. And I'm going to give id to this div so that I can select it, and I also want to get some styling. So I want to add a background color. Let's call it black, and then I want a height. Okay, so height, let's call it 100 pixel. I think it is more than sufficient. Okay. And yeah, so here is our button, and here is our div. Now on this button too, I want to add let's add an id, and this id is this thing. Okay. Now let's save it so that things can get formatted. Now we have this. What we want to do, we want to click on this button, and when the button is clicked, we want to change the color of this particular box. Okay, we want to change the color to, let's say, white. So how we can do that? So in order to do that, first of all, we have to track the click. So right now I'm clicking, right? So if your user is clicking on this button, you want to track that click, and then you want to take that action. So conditionally we are doing something, right? So in order to track that action, we need to add an event listener on this particular button. And when user clicks on this, that event listener will automatically execute our logic. So let's switch to this document, and first of all, let's comment these things because we do not need them anymore. Now I'm going to select the div that I created and the button that I created. Okay, so I'm going to select this div, and I'm going to um, select element by ID, and I named it div2, right? So once I have selected, I also want to select a button so that I can actually attach my listener on this thing. Okay, now I have selected my div and my button, right? So I think yeah, this was the ID and the button. Always make sure to verify, otherwise you'll keep on, you know, figuring out the bug. Sometimes what happens, you name something else and you select something else, and that thing is not there in the DOM, so nothing happens. Okay, now we want to listen to the click event on this particular button, right? So in order to listen to that, we have to attach a click event on this button. Okay, now we want to change that color. So this method addEventListener is how we can listen to the click event. In order to listen to that click event, you have to pass the event name, and there are various types of events. Okay, like the list is really huge and it is not possible to cover all the events in one particular tutorial. You have to refer to the MDN documentation where all the events are listed, and and I think most of the time you'll be working with mouse events, so I'm going to cover all the mouse events. But most of the time what happens, like you have to look into the documentation and figure out some event that is relevant to your work, and then you can implement that thing in your logic. Okay, so this add event listener accepts three arguments. First argument is your event name, whatever event you want, and then second thing is your function that will execute the logic that you want to do. So that logic will execute your that function will execute your logic. Okay, so here we want to pass a function. So this function, let's say handle click. Okay, now this function will be executed. This function will be executed when the user clicks on this, but right now we have not defined this function. Also note that I am not executing this function right away. Okay, I am just passing the function. Why? It's because this add event listener accepts a callback function. That means you do not have to execute the function. This function will be automatically executed when user clicks on this particular button. Okay, so when the click event happens, this function will automatically be executed by the browser. Okay, so you do not have to add this execution part. Okay, you do not have to call this function right here. So please keep that thing in mind, and always define a function outside here. Why? It's because because I'll tell you why you need to. So I'm just calling this function, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the background of this thing. Okay, so I want to change the background. So style dot background color. Okay, and this background color, what I want to do, I want to change it to white. Okay, so as you can see, we have written our logic in this particular function, and we are passing that function here. And when the user clicks on this button, this logic will automatically be executed. That means the div, the background color of this particular div will be you can say changed. So here, as you can see, the background color has changed, and here in the DOM tree, also notice that the color has actually been updated. Okay, and also if you click again, nothing will happen. It's kind of like you are setting that color again, you are setting white again. Okay, you are not switching back to black. So let's first try to understand what's going on here. Okay, we have the button and we are listening to the click event. That means when user clicks on that button, you are automatically asking that browser, hey, execute this particular logic in this particular function. Okay, so you are passing that function as a callback, and this function is automatically getting executed as soon as user clicks on this button. As soon as user clicks on this, and the click event is fired. Okay, using this add event listener, you can listen to that event. And now there is a third argument which accepts some options, which I'll discuss later on once we have covered all the basics. That's important, but that's not important as of now. Now let's say this is a logic, right? And you can directly pass the arrow function here as well. Okay, so it's not like you cannot pass. So let me show you what I mean. So you can pass this arrow function here. Okay, and this is going to do the same thing. So sorry, this is kind of like format. Yeah, so you can pass this arrow function directly inside this, and this will do the same thing. So it has changed the color. Okay, but the issue is, let's say you are writing a very big program, like very huge program. In that case, you do not want to keep on attaching event listeners all the time. That will be little bit more inefficient. Okay, so it's like there is another method on this, and this what this does, this removes the event listener. So it's like you are cleaning up. Okay, so in order to clean up, all you have to do is remove that event listener. So remove event listener is kind of like it will remove that entire thing, and it will not listen for the event. And here also you have to specify the same function, but whenever you are using this arrow function, you cannot write it in this way, because these two are different functions. So we are in the in the memory. So you cannot write it this way. So this is kind of like, this is the drawback of using arrow function right away. That's why I mentioned that whenever you are using this some logic here, always specify a function handle, let's say handle click. And here what you can do, you can pass this thing here, handle click, and here again you can pass that thing, handle click. Okay, this means remove event listeners and add event listener, both are kind of like referring to that same particular function in the memory. So it's kind of like more efficient. So always use this approach. Always define your uh, logic outside and then pass that callback function here, so that if you need remove listener for some time, for some reason, then you can actually use that particular reference again. And if you're using arrow function, or if you're using anonymous function, which are function without name, then chances are higher that that will make your code very inefficient, because every time you are adding a arrow function, a new reference is being created. So that's not something like you can do. So whatever arrow function that we have written here and written here, they are totally different, even though they look similar, but they are different. Okay, remove event listener is something that you may need sometimes. Let's say the DOM element is gone. In that case, you do not want to write this function in your code, right? So in that case, you want to remove the listener so that you can clean up your code. So this is something you do not need all the time, but yeah, I just wanted to mention that there is something called remove event listener, and this is something you should be using whenever you need to clean up your code in order to remove the listeners. Okay. So I hope this thing is clear to you, that we have the button, we are listening to the click event, and when the click event happens, we want to execute this code, which is automatically, you can say executed whenever the click event happens. So this is what. Now let's say we want to we want to add a logic where when user clicks on this button once, the color changes. When he clicks again, we want to switch back to the black. Okay. Now what we can do here, we can, you can say, one way of doing this is like, you can write some complex logic, but let me show you something that, so we can use this operator that you must be familiar with. So we can write it this way. So initially we want to check if this is black. Okay, and if it is black, what we want to do, we want to change it to white, otherwise we want to change it to black. Now let me show you the bug here. So if you're not familiar with how this style div2.style.background works, so what this is doing here, this is simply checking if this is equal to this. If it is, then we want to white, otherwise we want this. So this logic is going to work, but there is a small bug here. And if I click on this, nothing happens. Okay, so why nothing is happening? It's because browsers at the end of the day, they do not use these values. Okay, they use RGB. So if you console log this background color, if you console log this background color, and let's say click on this, here you will see this output is in RGB. Okay, now the thing is, like here we are comparing with this particular thing. Okay, and it is not going to work. Why? It's because this is in RGB. In order to do that process, what we want, this particular thing. Okay, we want to compare it with a RGB. Well, let's okay. Now this should work. Okay, why? It's because we are comparing with the value that browsers are computing. Okay, so browsers actually compute in RGB and pixels, so they have their fixed things. So just keep that thing in mind. This is really like a small thing that I just wanted to point out. So if you click on this, this should change to white, then again it will change to. So this is how you can actually figure this out. Like this is, and here notice you can add all the logic that you want, all the things that you want to do, and automatically that will be executed. So let's say you want to create some element here and add it to DOM and do something, like all sorts of things will happen just by one single click. Okay, so you can do anything that you want. So try to experiment with this thing, and once you are like 100% clear that yes, this is this has worked for me, then we can now discuss the next concept in this particular event section. So one thing you should keep in mind that here we are attaching event listener on button, right? But you can listen for click events even on this particular div. Okay, so some events are generally available. So for example, this click event is available at most places. But if you want some other event, then you need to check out the documentation and where that event is available. Because some things can be like different. But right now I'm just talking about the click event. So you can even attach this event listener on the div. So if I click on the div, the same logic will be executed. So here also same thing is happening. Okay, right now if you notice, if I click on the button, this is doing the same thing. But why it is happening? It is because this button is within the boundary of the div, and we have attached the event listener on the div as a whole, right? So if the button is within the boundary, then even if we click on that button, that thing is going to happen. Okay, so the idea here is that event listeners kind of like uh, they they work for, like, even if you have some elements within, if you attach on the parent, then all the child elements, like it's kind of like if you click on them, the same thing will happen. So it's something you should keep in mind. And also I'll talk about these concepts, but right now I just want to focus on the basics. So there are concepts like event bubbling, so I'll come to those things. Okay, but right now, just notice here that we have attached the same like an event listen on the div, and we are listening for this click event, and it is working in the same way that it was working for the button. So even if I click on the button, yeah, it's working. Okay. So yeah, now let's say our browser is done parsing our document. Okay. So in that case, browsers fire a kind of like some events, and you can listen for those events, and you can do something. So on the window object there is an event called DOM content loaded. Okay, and this is fired when browsers are done parsing the this entire document. That means when it is done preparing the document DOM tree. Okay, so here what you can do, you can take some action when the DOM tree has been prepared. So let's just, for the sake of simplicity, let's do something like DOM has been uh, prepared. Okay, so let's just do this. So when these browsers prepare that, then they give you this, they inform you that here the DOM has been prepared, do you want to do something? Then in that case you can do something. But note that this is not about the entire processing. So this means that browsers may still be doing some things, like they still may be requesting images, they may be preparing the CSS object model, and they may be doing some other work. This only means that browsers have prepared the DOM, and you can do something. But if you want to kind of like, you can say, uh, do something after everything has been done, in that case there is an event called load, and you can listen for this, and you can say everything has been prepared or everything has been done, finished. Okay, now there is kind of like, you can say, slight delay between these two, so please use them whenever you need them. And please read the MDM documentation about where these what events are available and on which element I can use them, where I can use them. So these things are specific to each event, and you do not have to remember the name of each event because you'll be using those things, and you'll be kind of it will be getting used to once start practicing them. So this is something you can keep in mind, that these two events are kind of important. So that's why I wanted to show you. I'll talk about more events as I continue to discuss the concepts. Now, you also get an access to the event that is happening. So on this particular div, if I'm clicking, we can also analyze the event that is happening. So let's say I clicked on this particular div, the color has changed, right? But we can also analyze this particular event. We also get access to the details about the event. So we can do that by using this, you know, this theme. So in this particular fallback, we can pass this event, and here we can analyze the event that is happening. So this can be event, this can be E, this can be EVT, but just try to stick to some names like E or event. So these are some names that you can use. Okay, so please use these names so that you can actually um, if let's say somebody is reading your code, they should not get confused what that is. This name you can use anything, but just for the sake of convention, I am just writing this event. Okay, and if I click anywhere on this particular div, since it is attached to div, I can click anywhere. When we click there, we get this particular thing called pointer event, and here notice that it says is trusted. This means this click was done manually by some user, it was not done programmatically. Okay, and if it was done programmatically, then it would show false. So let me show you what this means. So if I write this, there is programmatic way of clicking, this will automatically click, and here you will say it says false. So you can use this technique to figure out whether the click was done by some user or it was done programmatically. So these are way of identifying fake clicks, something like that. Okay, so if let's say you are building some analytics or something like that, in that case you can use this particular feature. So if I click on this, I get this particular entire list of details that we have here. And here notice there are tons of things. So you have is trusted, alt key, you have bubbles, button, cancel bubble, cancelable, client X, client Y. So what are these things? So these things are kind of, you can say, information about the pointer. So when the pointer was clicked, these are kind of, you can say, information about the pointer or the event that occurred. Now for different events, you may see different things here. Okay, it is not some it's not like everything will be same for different kind of events. You can see different things. Okay, but now let's do one thing. Let's just go through a few of these things so that we can actually analyze. Now in this case, you have this let's call, you have something called target. Okay, so target, you can say, is, I'm just kind of commenting this out so that we do not see that thing again and again. So now what is this target? So when I click on this, it says it gives you the information about where the event actually happened. Okay, so where was the event that actually happened? So this does not mean this will give you information about where the event listener was attached. This will give you the event information about the event occurrence. That means where the event actually happened, which location. So if I click on the button, this will give you the information that button was clicked. Okay, so this is kind of how you can use it in your code to figure out where the event was actually where it was actually kind of the source. You can figure out the source. Now you also have event dot current target. Okay, now what is this? This is, you can say, similar to target, but this is where the event listener was actually attached. So if I click on this button, you will see two information. So the button is where the event actually occurred, and the div is where the event listener was attached. Okay, so this is uh, where the event occurred. Okay, and this is where the addEventListener function was attached. Okay, so this is how you can differentiate between these two. If you need any of these things, you can simply figure out. So I'm just re-commenting that part so that I can show you something. Now there is something called, so we already have had this thing. Okay, so we already checked is trusted. This is going to give you true or false. Now you also have this event dot type. This will give you the type of the event, and you also have event dot ttab. So let's see what these things are. Okay, so here as you can see, it gives you this for is trusted true. Event type, it is click. Event detail, it is going to give you the count of that particular thing. Notice here in this, the current target here it says null, but when I am console logging the current target, it gives me the information about the where the add event listener was attached. So it's kind of like here it shows null. It's because of because the event has already been done. So browser is like you can say it's little bit you can something that's confusing, but still just note that here browser is kind of like you can say processing that thing and giving you the information. But here since the event was already finished, that's why it says null. Okay, now here you will notice you also have this button, so you also have button numbers. So since I click the left button on my mouse, so this is giving you 0. If you clicked on some other button, then this will give you some other number. So please visit the Emden documentation, and there you have some button numbers. And you have this cancelable. So what is this cancelable? So cancelable is kind of like, can you prevent the default behavior of that particular event? So when you can prevent the default behavior of that particular event, that means it will show true, otherwise it will show false. Now this alt key, this control key that you see here, this means whether you clicked that particular button at the same time or not. So if I write this event.ctrl, a control key, and now if I click on this particular thing, it will show you false, right? But if I press the control button and then click my mouse, it will give me true. Okay, so this is how you can use it. Whether the user is pressing another control key or alt key at the same time, then you can kind of like take some action. So this is kind of like how you can create some functionality if you need. Here you also have shift key, and apart from shift key you also have this window key, or the in Mac some other things that you have. So there is something related to meta key. I think I'm not able to, yeah, so here you have this meta key. So meta key is kind of like the window key or the command key that you have in Mac. I use Linux, so I have this similar Windows based keyboard. So in your computer you will see something else, okay, if you press on that. Now you have this timestamp. So timestamp is like in millisecond, like how much time has been passed and how much time it took. So it's kind of like it gives you the sense of how much time was there. Now it is saying type equal to click, and I think I have discussed all the things. Now let's come to this thing called uh, this client X, client Y, and then we are going to discuss this offset X, offset Y, and then we have this page X and page Y. Okay, so what are these six properties? So these are actually important. It's because you can say, let's first clear this thing. Console.log event dot client X and event dot client Y. Okay, now this is going to give you the pointer. This, let's say if I am clicking here, so notice my pointer is on K, right? So when I click on this is going to give you the, you can say, X and Y value with respect to the viewport. So right now I think it is C. So yeah, it was small. I wrote capital C. Okay, so here it will give you the value related to this particular thing. So here, let's say I clicked on K. Let me do it once again. Let's say I clicked on K. This is going to give me the distance from this viewport. So from this whatever thing that is visible to you, viewport is this entire and this particular part. What is visible to you? Okay, and this is going to give me the x value from this side and the y value from here. Okay, so this is what it is, 41 pixel. That means this is 41 pixel and this is 264 pixel. If I click here on E, you may see another value. Okay, so here as you can see, you have this x value has increased, so it is 62, and the top this y value is still 264. That means this from E to this particular location it is 62 pixel, and from here it is 264 pixels. So this is something you should keep in mind, that you know this is kind of like you can say how you can figure out where the pointer was when it was clicked. Now this is going to give you this. Now you also have let me comment this out. um, it gives you pointer location with respect to viewport. Okay, so viewport is what is visible to you. Now there is something called event dot offset x and event dot offset y. Okay, I hope I have typed the correct property. And here as you can see, it gives you 30 and 5. So what is this? Now let me show this again. So let's say I'm clicking on E. It gives you 53 and 8, right? So what is this thing? This thing you can say it is within this particular box. So wherever this particular thing was clicked, so wherever this particular pointer was clicked, it is giving you with respect to this particular, this particular area. So it is just, you can say, the granular location where it was. It is not with respect to viewport, it is with respect to this thing. So that's why the y value is 8 and the x value is 53, which is less than the 63. Okay, so this is less than this thing, but it is kind of like, you can say, here it happened. So this is kind of like 8 pixel and this is 53. Okay, so this is how you can imagine this x. So it is kind, you can say, like, it is within that particular element where this pointer was. It is the value of that thing. Okay, offset x and offset y. Now you also have this console.log event dot page x and page y. Okay, now what is this thing? Now notice, like, this is the same as the client x and client y at this moment. Okay, so page x and page y is like, you can say, distance with location with respect to the document. So right now our document and our viewport are of the same like size, right? That means our document is not scrollable. But if I make this document scrollable, let's add some paragraph here. If our document is scrollable, let's add more. So yeah, now our document is scrollable, right? Now if I click on this particular thing, this particular distance has kind of like changed. So here it is 541, here it says 690. This means with respect to the document it is 690 pixel, but with respect to the this particular viewport it is just 541, right? Viewport is this thing what is visible to us, but the document also includes the scrollable part. That means it is counting from starting of that thing to here, okay, where the event occurred. So it is about the pointer, where the pointer was. Now if you need these values, you can use them in order to make your you know this element draggable, and you can use these things for all sorts of things. Okay, so Please, these things, these concepts are kind of like important. You may not be using them all the time, okay? So yeah, whatever these values are, but sometimes you may need these values, because in that case, you will be kind of like implementing these things. So logically, like, we are going to do a mini project where we are going to make an element scroll, like, you know draggable, and we can drag that element anywhere within the div. We are going to implement that in a project, okay? So in that situation, we'll be able to understand the use of these things. So this is something you should remember, that client X, client Y, these are the values with respect to the viewport, what user is seeing. Page X and page Y are the values with respect to the document. And offset X and offset Y are with respect to the element within which the pointer was. And then this control key, alt key, shift key, meta key, etc., these are kind of like whether the user has also pressed those button or not, okay? And this usually is about the click. This is about the type, what type of event item that is clicked. This is about the count, okay? And this thruster is about whether the click was fake or whether it was real, okay? And you also have this target, current target. So target is something you will be using most of the time in your projects, okay? Because target is where you want to actually figure out where the event actually occurred. But if you need to know where event listener was attached, in that case you can use this current target, okay? And in case you need something more, you can simply console log this event, whatever event you have, and then you can figure out what all things are there. And if you're not sure what that thing is, then you can simply visit the ambient documentation and figure out what that thing means, okay? And let me tell you, these things are not something you should remember. Even I do not remember any of these things. If I feel like I need them, I visit ambient documentation and I check which property does what, and then I use them, okay? So it's not like you will be using these properties all the time. I just wanted to show you that these things are there, and you can use those things to actually make your application, uh, you know, if you need them. So if you need them for some other reason, then you can, uh, do something. So yeah, this is all you need to know about the events. And once again, let me tell you, this was just about the click event. If you had another event, then things would be different, okay? And it's something specific to events, so you get different details. Now, let me show you what all events are. Some events, mouse events, okay, some different mouse events. So you have, you know, you have, let's say, mouse enter, okay? So as you can see, the moment my mouse entered, the color was changed, okay? So notice, moment the mouse entered this particular area, the color changed. So this means whenever it touches the border, it will automatically change the color, okay? So this is mouse enter. Now we also have mouse out, okay? So what this is going to do, whenever you bring out your this pointer, it is going to change that, okay? And notice here also, all the details are coming in here. Notice the type of event has been, this event type has been changed, okay? So this is something like you can use. So as I told you that these things will differ for different types of event. Here, as you can see, it says mouse event, okay? And some things are similar to that, but still, just keep these differences in mind. I'm just going to comment these things out so that we do not keep on logging things. And this event part is something I just want to write it here. So yeah, there is mouse out. Now I have created a list of the events that are most used, and that is something you can like get from this particular note that I prepared for you before creating this tutorial. So you have, yes, you have this double click. So if, let's say, if I'm double clicking on the particular uh you know div, so it says dbl, and remember this, it is dbl, okay? Dbl click. So if I click once, nothing will happen. If I click once and then I click once, nothing will happen. If I if I click in like succession, just like, one after another, then something will happen. So double click is how it works. Okay, so you must be familiar with double clicking, or let's say if you are yeah, on Windows or some other tools. So like these things are how they also implement in their own way. Okay, so double click is there. Now apart from the double click, you also have mouse down and mouse up. So what are these mouse down and mouse up? So mouse down and mouse up are kind of, you can say, events. It's like half part of the click. So when click happens, what you do, you first press the mouse and then you release it, right? So mouse down is like pressing, just the pressing part. Mouse up is when you are actually releasing it. So these things are useful when you are creating, let's say, something draggable, right? So if you want to drag this thing, you have pressed the mouse, right? But you want to stop dragging when the mouse is kind of like released. So in that case, you will be using these two events. So you have mouse down and mouse up. Okay, this is something you do not have to remember, but still. Now you have this mouse move, which is kind of like, when you move your mouse, things happen. Okay, so and this mouse enter, mouse leave that I explained, and then you have mouse over and mouse out. Okay, these things are kind of like, they also include the children. So if you do something on these children, then then things will happen. Okay, they have their own use case, but still most of the time, like, you'll be using this click event. And you also have this context menu and wheel. So let me show what this means. So if I use this context menu part. And what this context menu means when you click on this right side of the mouse. So when you click on the right button, then the color will change. And as you can see, this menu is appearing right here, right? But what I can do with a context menu, I can also change this left menu, so I can show something. So this is where this is useful. So if you want to create your custom menu, then in that case you can use this context menu. And apart from this, you also have this wheel, right? Wheel is when in your mouse you kind of like, you know rotate that particular wheel. So in the middle button, whatever, when you roll that, it happens. So it is changing the color, right? So this is where the wheel is useful. So please use this when you need this particular thing. But apart from this, there are a few more events, but I think those are things that you may not need on a regular basis. uh, and very rarely you'll need those things, okay, unless you are working on some complex project. So yeah, your ambient documentation is your best friend, helping you figure out which event to use and what events are available on what theme. So this is something you have to keep in mind. I cannot teach you all the events, but I just showed you. And in my notes, I'll also add, more events as I continue to explain them. And when I have prepared these things, you can access this thing in case you decide to get the notes. Okay. Apart from that, I think this is more than sufficient for now. Now we can move on and prepare a mini project where we are going to make a draggable thing, like, we are going to use some of these events. Okay. So yeah, let's move on and create our projects. Now let's build our first project. And here we are going to just build a small project so that we can practice what we learned. Okay, so what we are going to develop is a box, and within this box we'll have smaller boxes. And when a user clicks on a box, we are going to change the color of that particular box. Okay, so let's create a folder, and in this folder I'm just going to arrange all the mini projects.pd. So that when you access the folders, you have everything in one place. Okay, so let's name this particular project as random random colors boxes dot html. Okay, I'm not going to create JavaScript file or CSS file, so that I can actually, like, I just wanted to keep things simple, so that you can also understand some other concepts. Because I think I have not mentioned a few things about the script tag and the style tags. Okay, so here in CSS, sorry, this in HTML, you can also write your CSS and your script in one go. Okay, so using this style tag, you can write your CSS, and using this script tag, you can write the JavaScript. But use this for the smaller, shorter projects, and it's a really good practice to separate everything in their own files and folders, so that you do not end up creating mess. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to create a div, and I'm going to name uh, add a class name parent, and within this div, I have this div, uh, and they will be children. Okay, so they will have the class name children, and I need 10 of these things. And if you're not familiar with the Emac notation, just type it and you will see this suggestion. And when you see the suggestion, please click there and you will get this particular thing. Okay, so again, just write this thing in case you missed. And here we have this. Now let's do some styling for this, but before we do that, let's go live so that we can have our this document ready here, and we can see the changes right away. So we have this parent, and what we need to give it a height of 500 pixel, and we need a background color. Let's make it black so that we can see it. And we also need display grid so that elements within it can have boxes, and we need grid template columns as let's since they are 10, we need 5, and yeah, 5 in one rows. Okay, so grid kind of creates things in its own way. So yeah, once we have done this, we don't need any more CSS. You don't need CSS for the children. However, you can do that. Now, the first thing first, in order to work with the projects, what you can do, you can first select the elements or buttons or whatever thing that you're working with. You need to first select them. Okay, so first step is to select everything. Now let me explain you what the project once again. We'll have the boxes. These boxes are there, but they are not visible. And whenever user clicks on any of the boxes, they should get a random background color. Okay, so this is our goal. So first of all, we'll select this theme document dot query selector, and here we are going to select the parent. And now I want you to select all the childrens. So how you're going to do that? Try it on your own. Otherwise, that's totally fine if you can't. We need query selector all. If you use query selector, that is going to select the first children, not all these things. Okay, so we need all the children. So we need all the elements with the children class. Okay, and if you console log this thing, you console log the children's, you will see something that I have already showed you earlier, that it's a node list, right? And here, as you can see, we have these boxes. Okay, so these boxes, and our goal is to add event listeners on each of the boxes and assign them a random background colors. So if you want to try after this point, please go ahead, otherwise follow along. So here we have this for each, and we are going to use this to loop through each of the children, and then we are going to add event listener on each of them and then change their background color. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. Let's first clear this thing out. Let's remove this thing, and we need these children's, and here we need for each, and on each of these children, what we need on each of the children, we are going to attach a event listener. So add event listener, and we are going to listen for the click event. Okay, and here we need a function. Let's call it handle color. This is going to change the color of that particular thing. And we have this. Let's also define the function here, because that is the handle color, and we'll have this arrow function. And yeah, we have this. Now whenever some user clicks on any of these particular children, we are going to give a random background color. Okay, and this function we are passing here, and we are writing a separate function so that we can efficiently refer to one single function, not create some random functions in the memory. So that is kind of like just for the efficiency purpose, we are creating a separate, and this is the right way to do something. Okay, now we need we need to find random colors. So how we can do that? So I earlier I mentioned that browsers do things in RGB. So RGB is like a generates color between 0 to 255. So like it has values between 0 to 255, right? So what we can do, we can randomly generate those values. So we have 000, right? So we can randomly assign some value in the RGB, because RGB is a function in the CSS. So we can assign some random value to that, and that will give us that random colors. So let's see how we can do that. So let's first create a function called random colors. Okay, we can we should not call it random color, but you can call it anything you want. So just let's call it random value, because we are just using this value. Okay, now we need this math dot random, and this kind of creates random number between 0 and 1, and we need it between 0 to 255, right? But this also excludes the last part, so we also need that 255. So we are going to use 256. But now the issue is, like, it gives you values in decimals, so we need to kind of like uh, use this math floor. So what this math floor does, math floor is kind of like we forgot this arrow function. So math floor is like if let's say you have 4.5, this is going to return 4. If it is 3.2, it is going to return 3. So that means on the number line, whatever integer that is nearest, okay, on the left side, this is what it is going to give you. Okay, so just try to imagine that way. So if you have 0.5, it is going to give you 0. If you have negative, then whatever that thing is on the left side, this is going to give you that thing. Okay, so we have this random value, and what we are going to do in this random color function that we have, and that we are passing to this event listener as a callback. Here we need event. Okay, why we need this event? We need this event because we can figure out where that particular event occurred. Okay, so we need that event dot target, because this is going to give me the element where the event was event occurred, in which box the event occurred. Okay, so this is going to give me that particular target, and now on this particular target I can change the background colors. Yeah. Style dot background color, and now here what we can do, we can assign the RGB value. Okay, so we have this RGB, and this is a function in the CSS, and this accepts some, you can pass some random value to this particular thing. Okay, so how we can use that? So we use this dollar symbol, and here we need to pass this random value, and we have this random value, and we are going to call this thing. Okay, so this is going to give me one single random value here. So this is going to give me one single random value between 0 to 255. Now we need this thing two more times, right? So that we can have that RGB. So here we are simply using this within the RGB function, and here this will give you some random value between 0 to 55, 0 to 55, and 0 to 255, some random value. Okay, that means on the element on which this event or target on which the event occurred, we are simply changing the background color. So this is what we are doing here. Okay, and now this thing should work. Okay, in case we have no issue here, this should work. So as you can see, on each box when I click, this is kind of like assigning a random color. Okay, if you click again, this is going to change the color, and randomly things are working. Okay, now this is kind of like this completes your project, but let's do something more. Now here, this is really cool, and this is kind of like a good practice, good way to practice this thing. And we have our box, and randomly we're changing the color of each of these things. Okay, so this is how you can like create this. Now let's say you want to assign a color, but next time when you just click on it, you do not want to do anything. So in that case, what you can do, you can remove the event listeners. So that means when let's say the event listener is getting attached, okay, on each of the children, you can also remove them as soon as the color is assigned. So we need to keep this remove event listener somewhere. So where you are going to put that remove event listener? So remove event listener can be attached somewhere, right? So if you are a beginner, you might be wondering that we need to use this remove event listener here. but what this is going to do, this is going to give you a weird behavior, which is something like this is going to add the event listener and remove it instead. That's something you do not want, right? So what you want to put that remove event listener inside this thing. Okay, why? It's because when this callback is called, the background color will be changed and the event listener attached to that particular element will be removed entirely. So this is the right place where we can actually uh, you know um, do that. Now you can use this thing on event target, because right now the event target is box, because that's where the event occurred. But the best thing is, like, just to be precise, let's say if boxes had something else in it. So in that case, like, the best thing to do was to use this event.current target, because event.current target is going to give you the element where the event listener was actually attached. That means the div inside that parent. Okay, but if you had all the other contents within that, then in that case, things would be different. So I just wanted to be precise. You can use event or target in this case, because this is also pointing to the same div. Okay, so on this current target where the listener was attached, what you can do, you can remove that particular uh, you know remove event listener, and this is the same thing. Okay, and here what we can do, you can pass this same handle color function. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. What we are simply doing, we are attaching the event listener, changing the background, and then we are removing the event listener. Okay, so this is going to give you this. If I click on this, nothing happens, right? That means we have removed that event listener, and one single color is assigned. No new colors are coming up, right? So this is how you can use remove event listener. So this is really a nice way to practice things. So if you are not clear what we did until now, we selected everything. We just used a helper function, which is generating the random value between 0 to 255. And in the handler color, we are using this event or target where the event occurred, and we are setting a background color on that particular target. And this target is where, like, this is kind of like where you are using this RGB, and within this RGB we are using this, this below the tilde you have this symbol in the keyboard, and this is going to give you this thing. So use that. Okay, and then in the RGB function we are using this random value to generate a random value between 0 to 55, and we are using it 3 times. Okay, so and then after that we are using this event listener. So I hope this is clear. Now let's talk about the efficiency part. Right now what we are doing, we are creating this children dot add event listener. Okay, so this is important, but notice here we are also creating remove event listeners for each of the children. Okay, that means in the memory we are creating these functions again and again. So this is kind of like a little bit inefficient. However, you can leave it, but still it's a bit inefficient, and we can kind of like make this thing in more efficient manner. Right now our project is finished. If you want to leave it. Otherwise, just for the sake of efficiency purpose, please listen to this thing, and we'll learn something extra. Okay, so right now we are creating this thing, and also, like, it would be a lot more inefficient if you had passed this arrow function here, because in that case you would be creating for each of the children you would be creating a different arrow function, and it would be not possible to remove using remove event listener, because we had no reference of that particular arrow function. That's why this is a good practice to use this handle color. Now let's make this more efficient, so that we do not have to create this remove event listener for each of the children. Okay, so how we can do that? Now we have this thing. Now what we are going to do, we are going to remove this, we're going to comment this part. Okay, and I'm going to show you another approach to solve this particular function. Okay, particular problem. So I'm going to create this handle color function once again, and again we need this event. Okay, I'm going to use this arrow function. I'm going to need this event, and on this event what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this something called event.party.matches. So I have not talked about this particular method. So this particular method is kind of like, it accepts a CSS selector. So just like, the query selector, it accepts a CSS selector. So what this is saying, on the event.target, the target where the event occur, please check if there is a, if there is something which has the class name children. Okay. So if it has class name children, what we are going to do, we are going to change the background color. Okay. So on this particular thing, we are going to change the background color. So we simply have to use this thing. Okay. Same thing. Now, the efficiency part that I was trying to tell you, that you just have to disable the pointer events. So this is something coming from, on CSS. So on this particular thing, what you can do, you can use this event.style. Okay. Event.target.style dot pointer events. And this pointer events is nothing but it's coming from CSS. So right now, as you can see, we are not creating any, any this remove event listener, and this is not creating like separate functions in the memory for each of the children. And this is a lot more efficient because it is kind of like coming from CSS, so we can use it right now. If you click on these things, this is working. Okay, this is working in the same way it worked earlier. So notice this. So this is kind of, you can say, more efficient, because in this case we are not using this you know, remove event listener. We are not creating this function in the memory. Now note that this matches thing is we have not discussed, but this is kind of like available to the elements, and you can use these matches to actually kind of like check if that thing contains this particular element with the children name or some specific class name or something, some ID. So this accept the same thing as the css selector. Okay, so please use this approach, and this way you'll be able to like deal with that. But otherwise this thing is also totally fine if you are just starting out. Okay, this is just another approach that I wanted to show you. And yeah, let me comment this out. Let's put this after this particular thing. Just call this is one approach with remove event listener. Okay, and this is another approach without remove event listener. So yeah, use any of these two whenever you need them. And this, just remember that we have talked about, we just talked about these matches, and this is new. This is not something we have discussed. So if in case, let's say, somebody skipped this particular part, they may not be able to know that there is something called matches. Okay, so yeah, now our function is working. So let's uncomment this thing so that we can once again verify everything is working or not. So yeah, we have built a small mini project, and we also learned a lot of things. Now let me show you something else. So this script tag is something, it kind of works in a weird fashion. So if I put this thing here, what this is going to do, if you click and nothing is working, right? Why it is not working? It's because the DOM has not passed this part. Okay, this is executing this script, and when it is calling query selector and query selector all, those things are not in the DOM, right? So that means they are not going to work. But if I use this defer, let's see what happens. So if I use this defer, this is still not working, right? So why this is not working? So it's kind of like it's kind of like it boils down to how browsers work. And sometimes you'll see this weird behavior with the script tags. So please uh, keep these things here in this head, and whenever you are linking a file, in that case only, please use this prefer thing. This is something I just wanted to point you out, like sometimes behavior can be weird. So please follow the convention I taught you previously, and that way you won't be getting weird behavior. So yeah. So yeah, this is it. Now let's move to the next mini project. Let's also rename this theme. Generate random color boxes. So yeah, this is something you should not skip every time, like whenever you are writing this. Before we move to the next mini project, I think it's time to introduce an important concept related to sizings. Okay, so in browsers, sizing works in a different manner. So it's kind of like in our typical math classes, we have and y coordinates in a different way, right? Like, unlike the normal x and y coordinate, here the coordinate systems are different. And it's really confusing, to be honest, if you are not familiar with it, because here the coordinates starts from the top corner. Okay, so from the top corner, your x and y coordinates will be 0 0. Now when you go in this direction, your y coordinate changes, and when you go in this direction, your x coordinate changes. Okay, so the reason might be because of how painting of the pixel starts, because the pixel painting starts from the top, right? So that might be the reason why they have um, use this particular coordinate system. So whenever you hear this term like left or top, you're simply referring to the x and y. So when you say left, that means x coordinate. When you hear the term top, that means y coordinate. Okay, so I remember these two things, because even in CSS you must be familiar with these things, like you have top, left, bottom, etc. Right? So I'll come to these things. But first of all, let's look at our document. So here I have prepared the document in advance so that I do not have to write everything, and do not even have to write this particular part, because I'll be just explaining the theoretical concept. Okay, and if you want to write, you can code along, pause the video and code along. Okay, so here I have a div, and within this div I have the paragraph, and I have some stylings to this particular div. So I have this height 400 pixel, width 400 pixel, background color as this, display effects, justify content center. The most important properties are this border, padding, height and width, margin, and this box sizing equal to this border box. Now in the paragraph, I also have padding, but I'm not going to touch upon this paragraph part. Okay, here I have done some selection for the div and paragraph, and then I have done some console logging. Okay? So we are going to discuss a few of these things and what they are. But first of all, let's look at the console. Okay, so let's inspect this particular element and see how the sizing is calculated. So right now this is my div. Okay, and here notice, like, because I'm using the border box, here the size that we defined 400 and 400 height and width, it's kind of like we are only getting this combined value as 400 by 400, right? So in border boxing you also take into account the border and padding, etc. Okay, so here the actual element size is reduced to 392 into 392. Okay, but if I remove that, then it will be this inner uh, element size, the exact element, the box size will be 400 into 400. Okay, and I think this is something you must be familiar with if you know CSS. Okay, but the thing here is that in your DOM you have various sizes, various things available, and those things are available because you have their use cases, and I'm not like 100% sure that you are going to use these things all the time. Obviously you may not be using them, but I think having an understanding of these things will actually give you some some sense of how things work. So let's first take a look at this particular property, offset width and offset height. So what is this? So when you say offset width or offset height, so offset simply means relative to something. So here we are kind of like using the relative to the document. Okay, so when you say div dot offset width and offset height, here the property includes width plus padding plus border. Okay, and when you say height, you are taking height plus padding plus border. So if you look at this particular thing in the console, you have this border, padding, and you have this particular thing. Okay, so we are kind of like taking these three things, except the margin. Margin is not taken into account because its margin is not taken into account. It's because it is outside. Okay, so that's something you can remember. And this border padding, etc., like they're kind of like attached to the thing. But offset height is simply this thing, this thing, and this thing. Okay, and when you talk about width, you have this two. Okay, so if you check this console, you have this 400 and 400. Okay, so this combined, so offset width and offset height, so that's why you have 400. Now this is something you should remember, or if you do not want to remember, that's totally okay. You can look into MDN documentation when you need them. Now, apart from this offset width and offset height, you have client height and client width. So whenever you hear the term client, that simply refers to that particular element or that particular thing. Okay, whatever thing you are referring to. So client is that thing. So this is kind of like this takes into account the height and padding. Client height plus padding, width plus padding. This does not take into account border or margin, etc. Okay, so client simply means that exact actual size of that thing. Okay. Padding is kind of like within of that particular element. That's why it's taken into account. So that may be the reason why they have this particular terminology. So you can remember this as client height as height plus padding, client width as width plus padding. Okay, and then you have this client left and client top. So let's look at this particular console value. Let's bring it here. Let's see. So here you have this client height and client width. So here notice that this 400 here we are getting just 396. That means we are not taking into account the border. The border was um, 2 pixel, right? So we are removing 4 pixels from both ends. So this is kind of like giving you that particular thing. So for the both the cases we have that. Now client left is just giving you the border size. So it left means that uh, x coordinate. Okay, so from the left side, what you have, the border as 2. Okay, and the you also have this top border, which is client top. So this top is going to give you the top border. So from the top, whatever the border size is, that is going to give you that thing. Okay. Now, apart from this, you have scroll height. So what is this scroll height? Scroll height, you can imagine, let's say if you have one article and you have added a fixed size and you have also added overflow hidden, then in that case, what it's going to do, it's going to calculate the entire height of that particular element, even though it is hidden. Okay. So it is going to take into account the entire height and then it is going to give you that thing. Okay. So it's going to give you height plus padding, total height, even if overflow is enough. Okay. Now you have this scroll top and scroll left. So as the name suggests, from how much you have scrolled from the top, and scroll left is how much you have scrolled from the left side, from the x axis side. Okay. So let's visit this MDN documentation and search for scroll height. And when you notice here as you can see, this is our scrollable part, right? And half of the content is hidden. So scroll height takes into account the entire thing. So they have really nice diagram, and I think you should go through these properties in the MDM documentation once, so that things will become more clear, because they have some diagrams. And if you look at the offset height property, there also you have this nice diagram. So you have this offset height. Okay, so this is just this part, and offset width. So once you go through a few times, like you'll have these things settle in your brain. Now you have this offset parent. So what is this offset parent? Offset parent, you can imagine it as an element which is kind of as whatever. Right now we have selected this div. So what is the kind of ancestor of this particular div, which has some positioned arguments. So positioned argument, like you have relative, etc., right? So whenever you have some parent, some ancestor just before that particular element, it can be any ancestor. So whenever you have this particular ancestor with some positioned as relative or something, and in that case that particular element is that offset parent. Okay, so right now before div we do not have any positioned relative, something like that. So right now the only thing that you'll get is the body. So there are various conditions for this. So do check that out in the documentation. And uh, and there are two properties related to offset parents. So related to offset parents, you have this offset top and offset left. So these are kind of like, you can say, with respect to that particular offset parent, you have distance from the offset parent top edge, and this is distance from the offset parent left edge. So this is something that is being calculated with respect to that offset parent. Okay, so whenever you have a parent or ancestor which has some position equal to relative or something like that, then this is going to be calculated according to that. Okay, and there are tons of other complexities here, but I don't think that you need to know those things unless actually you need to implement the exact thing. Okay, and apart from that, there is something that's really important, and it is with respect to the viewport, right? So whatever you are seeing on the screen at this particular moment, it is with respect to viewport. You can calculate the position of this particular thing, and you can know what is the height, width, and x and y coordinate of that particular element. Okay, so there is this property called getBoundingClientRect. Okay, so whenever you call this method on a particular element, it is going to give you the size of that particular element with respect to the viewport, whatever you are seeing right now. Okay, it is not with respect to the document, it is with respect to the viewport. It is something that I have discussed earlier as well, what is viewport and what is document. Okay, so whenever you use this get bounding client rect, it is going to give you that size. And if you analyze the size in the console here, dom rect, okay, you have bottom, height, left, right, top, width. Okay, so what are these things? So x and y are nothing but as I explained earlier, this is x, that means this is also the left. Okay, so if you check the left property, it is same as the x. Okay, so this is nothing but left, so this is left. Okay, which we start from left, and then you have this top is nothing but this y coordinate, so y value. So here you have this top as the y. So it is with respect to the viewport. So we are talking that this is top, this is left. Okay, so top is 20 pixel here and left is 28 pixel. Okay, so you have this thing, and left and this top are the same thing, and now you have this bottom and height. Now what is this bottom? So bottom you can imagine as this particular height of this particular element plus the top part. Okay, so it also gives you the height is nothing but the this particular size, this particular part, this is height. And then when you add top value in that height, it is going to give you that this entire where is that, this entire this bottom. Okay, and for the right, whenever you have this particular width, and when you add the left property to it, it is going to give you this right part. So this is kind of like will become clear when I show you the diagram. So let me show this get counting client check. So there are other methods that are similar. So yeah, here notice like it is with respect to viewport. Okay, and this is the top coordinate 0 0. So this is x, this is y value top, and this is x. Okay, and this bottom is nothing but this is taking into account this height plus the top part, so this particular top value, right? So when you subtract top value from the bottom value, you will get height. And here this left, okay, so this is nothing but the x part. Now if you subtract this x part from the right, you will get the width. Okay, so width is nothing but this particular part. Okay, so this is how you can like get the this particular rectangle. And you can, let's say if you have to put something inside this particular rectangle, then you can use this get bounding client rect property method, and then you'll be able to position an element with respect to viewport in that particular box or something like that. Okay, so we are going to use this particular property, and you'll see how it works. Okay, and then it will become more clear. And apart from that, you have this window scroll X and window scroll Y. Okay, so this only gives you how much you have scrolled with respect to the window. So 0 0 right now it says 0 0. So we have not scrolled much. Okay, because we have this fixed value right now. If we make it scrollable, then in that case you'll see that property. Now this DOM rect, whatever DOM rect you are getting, you are getting this value with respect to the view code, right? But if you want that rectangle with respect to the document, in that case you have to add this window X and scroll X and scroll Y, because this is going to also add the value of the scrollable, all the elements that have been already scrolled. Okay, so in that case you will be able to get the rectangle, the sizes with respect to the entire document. Okay, not just with respect to viewport. So remember this thing. So what we do with these values, so what we do, most of the time you'll be getting using this particular property, but even these properties have their use cases, and you can use them and combine them to do some kind of calculation to fix something on the screen. And I think this is something like it is not possible to remember all the properties in one go just by looking at them. But still, if you read through the mlin documentation, you'll these concepts will become a little bit more clear, and with time you'll be able to remember what these things are. Okay, so do not worry about these properties. They are just design mechanisms so that if we need a specific thing in some manner, we can actually use them and do our calculation and position something. In the mini project, we are going to use this get bounding client direct, and you will see how it works. Okay, so how you can use some calculation on this so that we can actually fix the position of an element somewhere. Okay, so yeah, this is all about this particular section, and I think if you want to write this down, you can pause the video and write it down. Otherwise, you do not need to do anything. Okay, because I'll be including these things in the notes. So yeah, but I highly recommend go through this particular documentation and read all the properties that I have explained, because that way in your mind it will settle in a more better manner. Okay, because right now I have all mentioned this offset client, etc., etc., and it's kind of confusing. Okay, if you are seeing it for the first time. So yeah, please refer to the documentation and read these properties first, and once things are clear, then what you can do, you can move ahead. Now let's talk about an important API called drag and drop API. So this is kind of, you can say, an extension of the mouse events that we talked about. So you can also implement drag and drop functionalities using the mouse up, mouse down, etc. But the thing is, you already have a solution available. So I thought, why not teach that thing instead of reinventing the entire thing. So I think this is the right time. We should understand this concept. And once we have the understanding of drag and drop API, we'll be able to kind of build our next mini project. Okay. So what I have here is I have my document, and right now I just have a basic style. This is, I have a class name main, and I have this particular CSS, and then I have this drop zone, and I have height, background, border, width, which is kind of the design for this, and I have these two helpful kind of, like, you can say, classes, which are blur and darken. Okay, so we are going to use these two programmatically, and here I have a div which is main, and here I have the styling for the main, and then I have this div which is acting as the drop zone where we are going to drop this text, and we have this paragraph. Okay, so this says drag me and put me in the drop zone, and here I have selected these two things. Okay, now if you want to write it down, you can pause the video and write it so that we can code along. Okay, I just thought, why not kind of like prepare these things so that at least we can like move forward quicker. So yeah, please pause the video or write this thing down. And yeah, now that I have these two things, now the functionalities we want to implement here, we want to drag this particular text inside this box. Okay, now notice what's happening here. When I'm trying to drag this text, it is not getting dragged. Okay, it is getting selected. So if I try to use my mouse and drag it, it is not getting dragged. Okay, so in order to make any element draggable, you need to add an attribute. This is called draggable attribute. Okay, and this is by default false. For links, I think it is true, but for the other elements, it's false. Okay, so just set it to true, and then you will see this particular behavior. Okay, now you're able to lift this text, and once you have this particular text lifted, you can drop it anywhere. but by default you won't be able to drop it on any particular area of this particular document. Okay, so we are going to listen for some events, and there are total 7 events. Okay, so 3 events are on the element that is getting dragged, and 4 events on the element that is working as the drop area. Okay, so the area where we are going to drop. Now on this particular text which is getting dragged on the draggable element, we have 3 events. The first event is when you start dragging, so it is called drag start, and then you also have an event called drag. So drag event is kind of like it always fires, and you can do something if you want to, but that's not an event we usually use. Most of the time we use drag start, and then you have drag end. So if I stop dragging, that event will be fired. Okay, so you have drag start, drag, and drag end, but we use mainly drag start and drag end. Okay, so let's say when user starts dragging, what I want to do, I want to blur this particular text a little bit. I want to reduce the opacity, so I have this blur class name, and I'm going to add that class name. So let's do one thing. Let's add this particular add event listener, and here I'm going to listen for the drag start. So whenever a user starts dragging, what I want to do, I want to take this event and I want to add the blur class name. So how I can do that? So I need the event target. Okay, where you can also use current target, because in this case they are both working. So please keep that thing in mind, that there is a slight difference, but most of the time we work with event target because it usually is kind of like the same thing where the event listener is attached. Okay, so in this, what I want to do, I want to get all the class list. Okay, and then I want to add this class called blur. Okay, and notice here I'm not entering dot, just the class name that you have. So what this is doing, this is simply adding a class name blur on the para. Okay, so whenever the drag starts, the text that was there on the screen, it has kind of blurred a little bit, so the opacity has gone down. Okay, so this is what we are doing. Now what I want to do, when the drag ends, I want to bring back that opacity. So what I can do, I can uh, add the class list. Okay, so sorry, I can remove the class. Okay, so here on the drag end, I want to remove the class, class that was there. So you can use this functionality. So there is add, remove, and I also mentioned that there is toggle. So when it is getting drag, it is going blur, but I leave it, it goes back to the initial state. Okay, so this is how you can use class programmatically, and this is the first time I guess we're using this class list remove or add functionality, but that's okay. Now you also have this event called drag, right? But this is something we don't kind of like use, but let me show you how this works. So console.log, and here you can just say dragging para. Okay, now let's visualize this, inspect this thing. So notice here it says dragging para, right? So straight away, this event is is it keeps on firing, but this is not something we use most of the time. So you can kind of like comment this thing out, and just for the sake of information that there is this particular event that's there. Okay, if you want to do something, then you can use this. Now on the drop zone, this drop area, on this particular thing, what we have, whenever this element is getting dragged and it will enter the boundary, so there we have an event. It can also leave the boundary, so there also we have an event, and it can also hover over that particular thing. That means we can also listen for an event. Okay, and then you have this, whenever the user releases the mouse, then that particular event, and there is a particular event. Okay, so when this element is getting dragged, we listen for an event called drag enter, and when it leaves the boundary, we call it drag leave. Okay, and then when you are like kind of like going over this particular box, then it is called drag over. Okay, it's not drag hover, it's drag over. Okay, so remember this, and then when you finally release it, that's called drop. Okay, So these 4 events are there, and like, let me tell you, you cannot name anything for the events. So these events are kind of like implemented by like whoever created this thing. So they have named these events, and you have to listen for these particular events. Okay, so what we can do on the drop zone, I can add an event listener. And this thing, let's first listen for the drag enter. Okay, so when the drag enters, what I want to do, I want to take the event, and I just want to show user a visual feedback that this is the area where you have to drop. So what I can do, I can add this background color, which is a little bit darker as compared to this background. So I'm just going to use the same approach, e.target class list dot add, and this is going to kind of add the button class. And whenever the user enters this particular text inside the box, this is going to make this thing darker, right? So this is kind of like the visual feedback that we can give to the user. But notice, if I bring out this text, I also want the visual feedback to go away, right? So in that case, what I want to do, I can listen for event called drag leave. Okay, so these events have their purpose, right? So here you can remove the darken class on the drop zone. Okay, so here when I bring this inside, it keeps on like, the background color is there, but when I leave, it changes, right? So this is kind of like a visual feedback that you can give to your user, and that way it's little bit better, right? And then after that, you have this drop zone dot add event listener, and then you have this drag over. Okay, and here also you can do something. So let's say I have this particular thing, and here also you can, if you want to do something, it also has a purpose. So let's say if a user is dragging over this thing, you want to do something, then you can do that. Okay, so I'll come back to this particular thing, but let's talk about the drop. Okay, so on the drop part, I can, what I can do, I can use this particular event, and I can kind of like use this paragraph and put this inside the box. Okay, even on the drag over we can do that, even on the drag enter we can do that, but the best practice is to use the drop. Okay, now these APIs are not just for the dragging element and things. Okay, they have a bigger purpose. I'll tell you about that, but right now I just want to keep it simple. Okay, so let's say on the drop part, what I want to do, I want to, you can say, on this particular e dot target, whatever the list particular target is, or you can just use drop zone dot append pair. Okay, so on the drop part, I want to just simply put this paragraph inside this thing. Okay, so right now it's not working. Okay, why this is not working? It's because by default browsers do not allow any particular drop to happen. So in order to prevent the drop to happen, what you can do, you can prevent the default behavior of that particular this uh, whatever the browser has done. So this particular event that is firing, okay, the drop event, you can prevent the default behavior. So there is a method called prevent default, and this method is something that I have not talked about, but you can consider this as a way of preventing the default behavior of a particular event. So whatever event you have, so let's say browsers do not allow the drop to happen by default. So whenever this drop event fires, they do not allow drop to happen. Okay, so in that case we can prevent the default behavior, and when the default behavior is prevented, we can do our logic, whatever we want to do. So let's see what happens now. Right now also it is not working. Why? Is because even the drag over, we have to prevent the default behavior. Okay, so this is something you should keep in mind. So if I do this now, notice the text is now appended to that particular div. Okay, so now the text is inside the div. So this is how you can use this. So make sure that whenever you're using this drag over or things like that, and then you need to use this prevent default. Okay, so let's see what happens if I comment this thing out. Let's see if it works or not. So if I do this, it's not working, right? Why? It's because this drag over event is a really important event that you should be using. Okay, Now this drag enter. So let's see what happens. So see, this works. Okay, right now it is not changing the darken color because we are just adding this, but notice this drag enter is not that much important. It is just for the visual feedback, but still here also you can do whatever logic you want. Okay, so these 3 or 4 events are like things that are actually important and you can use them. Okay, yeah, and like this drag over drop, these two are important. This drag enter and drag leave are used for the visual feedback, but they can also be used for some other logics. Okay, and these 3 events that I talked about, these were like now on the element that you're dragging. So let's kind of separate these things so that we can have separate uh, concern drop zone events. Okay, 4 events. I'll comment them later on. Okay, so yeah, this is kind of like how things work. So when you put this thing, it goes inside that. Now also I want to remove that class when things happen. So I'm just going to remove that here. You can use target or you can use this drop zone. I just wanted to show you different ways of doing things. So you do not always have to use target. You can use the and whatever logic you want. So notice when I dropped it, the color is gone. Now notice one thing, that this text is still draggable, right? So I don't want that. So what you can do, you can remove the attribute that we attached here. See the draggable attribute that we had, we can remove that, right? So we can kind of like programmatically remove this particular attribute that I talked about earlier, that this method exists. Let me fix this name first so that we do not end up getting any issue. All right. Now, when I drop this here, this text will no longer be draggable. Okay. Now, this text is inside the box. Okay. So this is how the drag and drop API works. You can simply use this drag start, drag end. Okay. Whenever you stop dragging and when you start dragging, and then you have this drag enter so that you can provide some visual feedback, or even if you want to do something here, you can do that. Okay. Then you have drag leave, drag over, drop, and that's it. That's all you need to keep in mind. Okay, so these 7 events are there, and they have a bigger purpose. They are not simply just there for the sake of this simple thing. You must be wondering, we can achieve the same thing using click as well. So yeah, you can append things using that, but they have a different purpose. I'll talk about in the next part of this particular drag and drop API. Okay, but right now just note that this is how you can use this drag and drop API. But now let's say I want to put this text some anywhere inside this box. Okay, so wherever the user kind of like, let's say the user bring this text here, so I want to put this text there, right? But right now when I drop it here, it is moving outside. So how I can do that? Okay, so the concepts that we learned just before this particular section about the sizes in x and y axis, etc., we can use the concept to align this particular text with respect to the box. Okay, so how we can do that? So the first thing we can do is we can put, first of all, we have to make this box position relative, and then we can use x and y coordinate to align this particular text. So this will be absolute position with the box, and then we can use the top and left property of this particular thing to kind of like put it inside the box. Okay, but what will be the top and left properties? So one way of identifying the top and left properties using this cursor. So whatever the x and y coordinate of this particular pointer is, so the x and y coordinate of this particular pointer is e dot client x and e dot client y, right? So this is with respect to the viewport. Okay, now this box also has x and y coordinate that I discussed earlier, that using the get bounding client rect, we can find the x and y location of this thing, height, weight, etc. So what we can do, we can kind of like calculate the position of this cursor with respect to the box. So how we can do that? We can uh, we can use the get bounding client rect method, which will give you the position of the box with respect to viewport, and we have e dot client x and y with respect to the viewport for the cursor. So if I subtract the value of this e cursor, and if I subtract the value like e-cursor minus this particular x and y value for the box, then I can get the relative value of the cursor with respect to the box, okay, not with respect to viewport. Like uh, initially we have the values with respect to the viewport, but when I subtract this cursor value, which is kind of like, you can say, always greater than the x and y value of this box, so this will give me the position with respect to the box, okay. So if I get the x and y of the box, then it will give me the position of box with respect to this viewport, okay. And we also have this e-client x and e-client y, which is with respect to the viewport. But notice, like, if I subtract this value, so this particular value from the client, sorry, this event.client x, I'm going to give the position with respect to the box, right? So this way I can get the relative position of this with respect to the box. So this is how you can use those concept to calculate some value. So let's see how we can do that, okay? So first of all, I need to give them some space, because these actions will be performed after we have calculated everything, okay? So let's create a variable called drop rate, okay. And here we are going to find the rectangle with respect to the viewport, so that we can have the x and y coordinates, and we can also get other properties, okay. So let's use this drop zone, and on this I'm going to call this get bounded line rect method, and this is going to give me all the values. Now I also have this client e dot client x and client y, which is the position of the pointer. So let's create a variable or relative x, okay. And this e dot client x is going to be greater than this particular drop rect x, okay. So whatever the drop rect dot left property is, and then we also have this relative y e dot client y minus drop rect dot log, okay. So whatever the top value, for some reason this VS Code is not giving me the suggestions, okay, but still. Now let's do some styling for the this particular text. Like this will be positioned with respect to the box, right? So we need to make sure that whatever this drop zone is, based to this particular drop zone, we need the style, and we need the position of this particular drop zone, and this should be relative, okay, because we want the text to be positioned, you can say, absolute. So we have this thing, and now I want to add the uh, you know left and top value programmatically, which is calculated here, okay. So I'm just going to use this left x value, which is nothing but the relative x, and then I'm going to use that top value, okay. So I'll use this particular symbol. So this is below the tilde on the keyboard, if you are not sure, because we have already used it, but still I'm not sure about the naming of this particular thing. But I think you should be able to find it above the tab button on your keyboard, okay. Now here I want to specify this thing relative x as the left value for the thing, and also do not forget to use pixel here, px, okay. Otherwise you may not. Now let's add this as relative y pixel, okay. So let's see what happens. So when I bring this here, it's kind of like, bringing it inside the box, and previously it was going here, but right now it's going here, right? That means it's working, okay. Now let's do one thing. Let's kind of like let's figure out how we can put this thing inside this box. So right now it is kind of going outside. If I go here, for other cases it is working, but it for here, like here, it's not working, right? It's not going inside. It's kind of like shifting this thing. Now let's inspect this thing in browser and see what was the issue. In the browser, if you go to this particular paragraph, you see you have this 16 pixel margin, right? So we also need to make sure that this particular margin that we have, para.style.margin, we also need to make sure that it is 0. and I hope this will fix some issue, if not entirely. Yes, it has fixed a little bit, but still, things are going outside, right? So notice earlier it was coming here, but right now it's going inside. So to some extent we have fixed the issue, but now what we need to do, we need to bound this particular text to be inside this particular box. So how we can do that? So one way of doing that is finding out a smaller rectangle which is going to act like a boundary, and whenever we drag the text inside that, it should not exceed the boundary of that rectangle. Okay, so we also need to find this pararect. Why? It's because we are going to use this value, the height and width of this particular rectangle, and we are going to subtract this particular value from the bigger rectangle so that we can have the smaller rectangles, right? So this is the uh, approach we should be using in order to find the smaller rectangle. And this is how you can create a boundary for, if let's say if you're working on something else, then in that case you can use this approach to find the value. Now this is if I subtract this rectangle from the bigger rectangle, then I'll have the maximum value for the x and y coordinates, right? Because if I subtract the width and height, then I'll get the maximum y and x coordinate values. Okay, so it's kind of, you can say, it's giving me the smaller rectangle which is going to act like a boundary. So let's call this thing max x, and here from the drop rect, which is the bigger rectangle, I'm going to use the width for the x, and from the pararect, I'm also going to use this width. This is my maximum x value. Let's also find the maximum y value because, yeah, top rect dot height minus pararect dot height. Okay, so this is going to give me the maximum x and y value. Now, once we have this, what we want to do, we want to put that thing inside. Right now, it's not going to be useful because we are not using this max x and max y anywhere. Now, what we can do? Right now we have the position of the pointer with respect to the box because we have already calculated it here, and we now have the smaller rectangle. Okay, so if we want to limit this text inside the rectangle, what we can do, we can first check if the click is outside of that particular rectangle. So if the click is outside the particular rectangle that we created using this max x and max y, then we'll allow the drop. Otherwise, the maximum x and y value will be the max x or max y, right? So this is a logic. So what we can do, we can simply update the relative x, and we can use math dot min, and we want to use the minimum, whatever the minimum value is. So if the relative x is minimum, then we are going to use relative x. Otherwise, we are going to use max x. Okay. Otherwise, if the relative for the relative y, we are going to use the same approach. Yes, math dot min relative y, and here we have this max x, max y, sorry. Okay, so this is simply saying that, hey, if the click is inside the rectangle, use the relative x, because relative x is the click with respect to the box. And if this click is whatever, if this value is within this maximum x value, so it is less than this max, we are going to use that. Okay, otherwise we are going to use this y value. So let's see if it fixes the issue to some extent. Yeah, but still, like, little bit like zone is kind of coming out of this box, right? So we have managed to fix the issue. Let's test it here. Okay, for the inside case, it's working fine, right? So for this case, if I bring this here, it's working fine. But this zone is kind of like, this thing is going outside. So what we can do, we can from the height value, because this is the y, maybe we should subtract some value on our own. So let's subtract 20 pixels. Let's see if this fixes this. So yeah, it's kind of like, let's see if this does the work. Yeah, so it is like, working fine, right? So this is how you can use this particular approach. So it's not like, this is the only approach that you can use. You may have other approaches, but I just wanted to show you the use of heights and sizes and get bounding client direct things, so that you can actually have an understanding of how things work. Okay, so this is how you can use these things programmatically, and you can mix all the concepts that we learned about the sizes, and you can use them in your project. So let me revise what we are doing once again, so that you do not get confused if it is your first time. So our goal was to position this text somewhere in the box with respect to the drop where the drop is happening. Okay, so what we did initially, we have the e.client x, e.client y, which is the value with respect to the viewport. The viewport is this particular thing, and we also have the get bounding client, which is giving me the value of this particular box with respect to viewport. All I can do is I can subtract the value. I can get the position of cursor with respect to the box. Once I have the cursor with respect to the box, I also created a boundary inside the thing. This boundary is kind of nothing but subtracting the width and height of the paragraph from the main box so that we can adjust it inside the boundary. This is going to give me the box, but since we were getting some issue with the zoom, we subtracted 20 pixel just for the sake of balancing things out, and we took the minimum of these two values, whether the click happened inside the boundary or outside the boundary, right? So whether the drop happened inside the boundary or outside. So based on that, we are using the relative x and relative y position, and here we are simply using the concept that you know from the CSS is relative x, and so this relative for the drop zone, and para for the para we are using absolute, and then we are programmatically calculating the value of relative x and relative y. So this is how you can do that. Also keep this thing in mind that margin is kind of like by default browsers assign some margin, and you have to change some margin. Okay, so this is one approach of adjusting things. But right now notice, like, when I release it here, it's kind of like, sometimes it does not drop in the middle. So right now most of the time people pick up text in the center, but if let's say I am picking this thing from here, so let's see what happens. So it's kind of like, in some cases I noticed that it was not dropping in the center of the click, right? So if you want to do that, achieve that functionality, you can do some calculation here, add some logic, but still, for the timing, I think our this thing is working, and I hope this drag and drop API is clear now. Okay, I'll comment this thing in case you need the notes. Then you can use it. But if you want to write this thing down, okay, go ahead and write it down. And now, what I'm going to do, I'll comment this thing out, and so that you can have the notes. And once you have these things, we can actually move on to the second part of this particular section. Okay. So right now I have the same file. The only thing that I have like changed is I have commented some things, and if you are getting the notes, you'll have these things. Okay, so this is the same note, and we are going to now learn about the second part of the drag and drop API, which is how to transfer data from one location to another. So let's say if I'm dragging this text, I can actually send some data inside this box. Okay, so right now I'm not doing anything. I have actually removed things. Okay, so let's get rid of this thing. Now I'm not doing anything. All the things that we were doing, it's already in the part one of this particular folder. Okay, so if you go to topics, you will see this drag and drop part one and part two. So let's close the part one where we discussed all the things. But now I'm going to tell you how to kind of like send data from one location to another. So earlier we simply appended, right? But we can also send the data. So there is a method called console.log. There's a method called data transfer. Okay. So let's see what happens when I start, you know, when I start dragging this thing, I'm getting this data transfer, right? Here I have drop effect allowed, files, items, and types. So what are these things? So these things are kind of like, this drop effect and effect allowed are, you can say, these are a way of telling browser what kind of pointer to show. So if let's say if you are copying element from one location to another, in that case browser will show you some other effects. So whatever effect that you have allowed here, so if you mention copy, there are various types of effects that are available. You can check out in the Indian documentation. And the effect allowed is used on the drag start. Then drop effect is something that you can use on drag over, or on the main drop, this particular drop event. And there also you can verify if the drop effect is same as the effect allowed, and then in that case if the effects are kind of same, then you can allow processing other things. So the drop effect and effect allowed are nothing but it's a way of showing different, like, visual feedback. That is all you need to know. But here you have files, right? So files is kind of, you can say something, when user drags a file from their desktop or laptop, then you can use this data transfer dot files and access all the files that you have taken from the user. And then what you can do, you can send the file to the server or do some processing. So this is how the drag and drop functionality works, right? So you must have seen that UI somewhere in a website where they allow you to drop file from the computer. So you can use this particular API, drag and drop API, to achieve that thing. Items is used for, you can say, like other data type transfers. So let's say if you are sending text data, HTML data, then in that case you can use these items, and it gives you a collection of all the items that you have sent, and this is kind of like give you that. Types will give you all the kind of all types of the data that you are transferring, and that is all you need to need to keep in mind. Now you have this clear data, drop effect, effect allowed, files, get data, set data, right? So we are going to use these things, and we'll see how we can actually send. So what I want to do, I want to send the data from this particular text to here. Whenever this thing drops here, I want to send the data. Right now we were simply appending previously, but what I'm going to do now, I'm going to send the data. So in order to send a data, all you have to do, you have to specify the kind of data you are sending. So here you will have to use this method called send data, and this send data, you have to specify the kind of data you are sending. So we'll call it text plain, and here you can write I am a message number draggable element. Okay, so this thing is nothing but it is setting the data you need to transfer to the drop zone. Okay, so this text plain, this is kind of way of writing specification, like what kind of data you are sending. So this is called MIME format. So I'm not sure about the full form, but it is something like multi-purpose internet processing, some information processing something. But feel free to check that out. So what this does, you are simply saying my text is like I'm sending the text data and it is a plain text. Okay, so if you are sending HTML, you'll be using text slash HTML. Okay, and if you're sending JSON, you'll be using application slash JSON. So there are various types that you can check in the implement documentation, but whenever you want to send that, and you can use that particular thing, and then after that, in the second argument, you can specify whatever thing that you are sending. Okay, so you are simply sending the I'm a message from the draggable element. Now what I want to do, I want to use this and sent data inside this thing. Okay, so in order to do that, all I have to do, I have to get that data right here. Okay, so I'll be getting this, let's call it text. Okay, and on this data transfer, I need that get data, and here also I need to specify what kind of data I am getting. So I'm getting this plain box, right? So I'll specify this. If I were getting HTML, I would specify text slash HTML. Once I have this text data, what I can do, let's console all this thing so that we can actually see if the data has been received, right? So in the console, we should see the data that we are getting, right? So here, notice I'm getting the data on the drop. So when the drop happens, I'm able to get the data, right? The paragraph is not going to do anything, and because we are not doing anything with the paragraph, right? Once I have this text data, what I can do, I can let's say create an element, or I can simply append this particular text data inside something like this is kind of how you can do that. So let's do one thing. On the drop zone dot text content, what we can do, we can simply write this thing, or whatever thing you want to do after this. Once the data has been received, you can process that. Okay, so if I do this, if I do it this in this way, notice the data has been sent here, right? So this particular text, it stays there, and if you want to hide it, you can write the logic after this, but notice the data has been transferred here. Okay, so this is kind of how you can send data from one location to another. Okay, and this is the use of drag and drop API. And if you want to send like list of like other data, then you can actually write them here. And let's say I want to send HTML. and all I need, let's say I want to send the para. Okay, so this para dot inner HTML. Let's use the outer HTML because outer HTML is the element itself. Okay, so let's say I want to send that thing. Now once I have this thing, what I can do, I can actually use that somewhere here. Okay, so let's call this HTML dot data transfer dot get data, and now I'm going to specify text slash HTML. Okay, this is going to get the HTML, and if you console log this thing, let's see what you're getting. So if I console log, I think it is already there. So let's see when I drop it. As you can see, we have this class para draggable true drag main put main and the drop zone. Okay, so this is that means we are kind of like receiving the HTML that we are getting, and now once we get that, we can kind of like append that or whatever thing that you want to do, you can do that. Okay, so this is all you need to know about the data transfer. Now in the drag over thing, you can also verify like what kind of data is coming, whether what is the effect allow, drop effects allow, what are the things that you're doing. So these are nothing but like a specification just for the sake of browser's communication. So let's say here you are writing e dot data transfer dot effect allowed. So here if you write copy, then browser is going to think that this is a copy, kind of like the element is getting copied. Okay, and after that you can even in the drag over or in the drop, you can specify that you are kind of like here you need to use drop effect. Okay, so this way you are telling just browser that here this is the copy event, and also in this particular drag over you also need to specify. So this way the browser will change the cursor feedback accordingly. Okay, so this is kind of a way of doing that. Now the thing is like you can also work with files, images, links, etc. So if you have links on this page, you can do that. So if let's say if I have a link somewhere here, so let's just let's just write something. So let's write some name and this link that we have. So notice like what is happening here. So this link, it's kind of like it has an image, right? So whenever I lift it, you can notice it has a kind of like a design that browsers have already created for us, right? So where is this particular thing coming from? This is also you can send from here. Okay, so you can send it as outer HTML or you can send it as text slash URI list. Okay, that way you can do that, but I just want to keep this tutorial short. I think you should actually read about these things so that in case you need that, you have to follow the same approach, and that is all you need to do. Now what I was saying, that whenever let's say this if we were lifting that thing. So right now if I'm lifting this paragraph, I'm getting this paragraph that as the image, right? Now if I want to kind of like if I were lifting this particular link, we were getting that image. Okay, so how we can create our own image? So if you want to create an image, you can use this method. So let me show you the method that you have. So let console of this thing e dot data transfer. Okay, and this is going to give me the method. So here you have something like set drag image. So this set drag image actually takes 3 arguments. Okay, and this what this is going to do, this is going to like set the image that you are kind of like whenever you are dragging this thing, whenever you drag this particular element. So let's refresh this thing. Whenever you drag it, it is going to set that drag image. So that drag image that you have, so that image will be kind of updated. So here what you can do, you can simply use e data transfer dot set image, and there it accepts 3 arguments, your image and x and y values. So you can use that, and uh, whatever this particular image argument is, it can be div, it can be anything that you have, like you can create your own animation or whatever you want using other functionalities. But we usually I think by default, whatever the behavior browsers have, it's kind of like fine. So let's say if you're dragging images, in that case, you can show user that image is getting dragged, or you can show an icon there. Okay. So this is the use of that particular method. But right now, I think just for the sake of simplicity, I just do not want to confuse you. All you need to know that you can use state data to send the text, okay, from one location to another. And on this drop event, whenever the drop event happens, you can get the data and specify the type of data you are getting, and that will give you all the things. So right now we are using this get data, okay, and you can also use the items we were getting. So right, see, so if you have tons of data that you're sending from there, right? So in that case, you can use these items, and this will kind of like give you the details that you're you know getting. So right now here it shows 0, right? But if you log that thing, then you will get different values. Sometimes this browser, since I'm on Linux, this browser acts in a weird manner, because right now I won't be able to show you the drag and drop for the images and files, etc., because the Chrome on the Linux kind of has this bug. Okay, and I identified this bug very early, that they do not kind of like they sometimes accept the file, but it works like in a weird manner. So it's sometimes it shows undefined, sometimes it shows the file. So if you are on Windows, if you are on Mac, please use and see all the things. Okay, so in this e.datatransfer.files, if you do that, and if you drag a file and put it inside this thing, you will see the file somewhere. Okay, right now I do not have any other option to show you, otherwise I would have done it. But still, if you want to like get the files, what you can do, you can simply use this e.datatransfer dot files. Okay, and this will give you all the files that you have dragged from your computer, and it will console log the files, and this will give you the details regarding those things, and you can use the files to send it to your backend, do some processing or whatever processing that you want to do. Then that way you'll be able to kind of work with this particular API. So yeah, if you want to build, like, let's say a user uploading a file, and it can, like, user can also kind of like, you can say, bring the file to that particular box, then that functionality is something you can implement. Okay, and do not always like leave the upload part, because in some browsers this functionality may not be supported. So make sure that you are also giving user another way of uploading, not just drag and drop. Okay, so I think this is clear to you, because this data transfer part is something you may not be using all the time, because drag and drop API is not something I know many website implement. But still, it's a good idea to know the concepts. And I think this part is all you need to keep in mind, that you can use this as a data transfer mechanism, and if you need to use that functionality, you can do that. Also, if you want to know about the drag and drop API in more detail about the data transfer part, I recommend that you should read about these things in the Emblem documentation. And once you have that thing in mind, then after that, like you can implement it and build whatever application you want to build. Okay, so now let's build our mini project. There we are going to practice the concepts that we have learned until now, and then we'll move forward to the next topic. Now that we have understood the drag and drop API, we can now build our project, this mini project, where we are going to allow users to rearrange tasks. Okay, and this functionality is something that you must have seen in various places. So let me go through the document where you can see the code, and you can copy paste this CSS and HTML. So here I have this parent. Pause the video, write down, and here I've done some styling, and then you have this children. Here I've also done some styling, and then you have this children dot this pseudo class active, and this blur class is something that I'm going to add programmatically the way we did in the previous section. Okay, and here I have this parent, and this parent is you can say like the main div, and then we have the tasks, and notice that I have added draggable equal to true on each of the div that I have inside the parent. Okay, and you can pause the video, you can write down things, and then you can actually move ahead. Okay, so here I have the script, and in this particular script, first of all, I need to do that selection. Okay, so let's select that thing. So document dot query selector. Here I'm going to select y and selecting apparent. Okay, once I have done this, let's also select child evidence that I have. Okay, I think in my previous mini project I wrote children's somewhere, so please ignore that. I'll also make sure to fix that thing. Okay, in this case we need to use all the children, right? So they should this is going to give me all the node list. Okay, so all the things. So yeah. Okay, now how we can approach this particular problem. So let's discuss this thing and then we'll try to implement our logic. So here I have this task 1, task 2, task 3, task 4, task 5, task 6, task 7, task 8. Now let's say if a user is dragging this task 1, in that case, if let's say the user places it on task 7, what I want to do, I want to you can say shift these things backwards so that task 1 can be here and this task 7 will take place for take place of this task 6, and then these things will go back. But when the user brings the 10, let's say 10 on 5, in that case what I can do, I can shift things forward so that I can fill up this particular space, right? So this is the logic we are going to implement. So what we are doing, like you can imagine this as an array, and in this array we are kind of simply exchanging places, okay, shifting elements. So if let's say if a user is dragging the index which is lower as compared to the index where the user is dropping, in that case what we are doing, we are simply kind of, you can say, shifting things backwards. And if a user is dragging the index which has higher value as compared to the drop area, in that case what we are doing, we are kind of, you can say, shifting things forward, okay, so that we can fill up the space. Now the thing is, like we can solve this problem in various ways. Okay, we also have to figure out where we are going to attach the event listener. So in my case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to attach event listener on the elements, all sorts of events that I have. Okay, and I'm not going to use the div, this parent div, because you can also use that. That's not an issue. You can figure out the solution using that approach as well. But just for the sake of clarity, and because I do not want conflicts, in that case, like I'm just going to add events on these things, and because these elements are inside the box, so I don't think that there is any point of using add event listener on that parent. Okay, but you can do that. Now let me tell you, if you want to solve this problem, use the logic that I told you. You simply have to compare the index. Let's say the drop index is greater than the drag index. In that case, what you want to do, you want to shift things backwards, otherwise you want to shift things forward. So this is the main logic that we are going to use. And in order to do that, first of all, we need to attach event listeners. So we need drag start. You have drag end, you have drag enter, drag leave, drag over, and drop, right? So these 7 events are there. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm not going to use all the events. If you want to use all the events, you can do that. But I'm simply going to use this drag over, which is important, and drop, which is also important, and I'm going to use drag start, which is also important. Okay, so these 3 events are totally important. Apart from that, I'll see what other events I need. Okay, because right now elements are kind of congested, so I'm not going to use drag enter or other things. So just for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to do that. And most important thing is we also need the elements. So this drag element that we have, and we also need the drop element so that we can find the index of those elements in the array that we have. So right now we are getting node list, right? So we can convert this into an array and find the index of these particular elements. So what we can do, we can kind of choose the first of all, we need to kind of like assign them to a variable where we can keep track of this dragged element and the drop element wherever we are dropping. Okay, and we can compare the index, and then we can insert things in the DOM. Okay, so let's first create a variable and let's call this drag. Okay, and here I'll just make like just keep it to the null value, and then I'm going to, on the child elements, this child element, sorry, I'm going to add this, sorry, on I'm going to look through each of them, and then on each of these elements and add event listener. And here I should not add the arrow function because like we are in the loop, right? So we need to create on try start some callback so that we can use it. And here I am simply going to like write on drag start, and I'll take the event, and whenever the drag start, I'm going to assign it to the drag L so that we can actually have like this particular thing. So let's console log these things so that we do not end up creating any error. Okay, so whenever the drag starts, it should actually yeah, so it is doing that. So we can get rid of this thing. Now what I want to kind of like add some other events. So we have from this element dot add event listener, we have drive over. So this event is important, and let's call the color on drive over. Now let's define this thing on drive over. And it's a really good idea to keep this console open because that way you kind of like see the errors that you are getting. Okay, and on drag over we first need to use this prevent default. Okay, make sure that you are using this prevent default, and whenever the user drag overs the thing, we need to add the blur class so that we can actually add some visual you know feedback. So we are going to use this class list blur. Sorry. So let's see what happens. So when it, yeah, so it's kind of like blurring everything. So we also need another event which is drag leave. Okay, so let's let's also add for the draw. So let's call it drag leave, and we need on drop as well. On drop. Okay, so yeah, these four events are something I think more than sufficient for us. We're not going to use drag enter or drag end, etc. If you want to use, you can use those events as well, but I think in this case I don't need those event. So I'll probably class list got add. Sorry, in this case we need to remove, right? So we need to blur things out so that remove this blur thing. And okay, so we also need to define, otherwise it's not going to work. We need draw, and once we have defined this callback, we also need to use the prevent default on this so that on drag leave is not defined at. Okay, sorry, yeah, this should be on drag leave. Okay, so right now as you can see this thing is working. Okay, so I think it's working. Okay, but on drop also we need to remove this particular blur effect so that things go back to the initial position. So when we drag on these things are working. Okay, so yeah, so we have this on drag start, on drag over, on drag leave, and on drop. Okay, and I think we are more than sufficient, and we are not going to add any other events. Also, most of the logics will exist here on drop. So let's write our logic. So first logic would be to like keep track of the element where the drop is happening. So if you want to keep track of the element where the drop is happening, in that case if you need another, like let's call this on drop L, and let's call this e dot target. Okay, so wherever this thing is happening, because we need this element and we need the on drive element, so wherever the drag is happening, and we are going to find the index using the array, and that array is something that we are going to get from either node list or from other things. So we can convert this thing into array and then find the index of these two elements, drag element and drop element. Okay, but the thing is we cannot use this node list, because node list is something right now here it is using query selector all, and it is only giving me a pre-existing values. Okay, so it is not giving me the updated values in the DOM. We need the updated location in the DOM so that we can actually have the updated index, right? So this is something you have to keep in mind. So let me show you something that in the console, if you log this thing, like child elements, and if you use this console.log, here you have this parent dot children. Okay, and then if you console.log parent dot child nodes, then you get three things. So let me show you what I mean. So let's drag this thing and drop it here. So as you can see, we have this node list which is coming from this child elements. Okay, so this is going to give me the elements there, but it is only going to give me the pre-existing thing. So that means when the query selector happened at that time, whatever the value was there, that is what we are getting in the child elements. It is not going to give me the updated values, right? And this HTML collection is going to give me the live values, the live DOM that we have. Okay, so this is something that we are going to use in order to create our array and find the index of the thing. Okay, now this drag this child nodes parent dot child nodes, it is also going to give me all the nodes that we have. So notice it is 21. This means it is giving me all the nodes that we have. So we have text node, if we have comments and other things, they will have other types of nodes. Okay, so this is something you can use if you are interested in working with the text nodes and other nodes. Like if you need specific access to a particular node, in that case you can use this. Otherwise, in our case, we're not going to use this thing because it is not live. It is not giving me the live value. Okay, it is only giving me the stale value. So the pre-existing value. The parent dot children is giving me the HTML collection, and which is something kind of you can say is live. So the updated value. So this is something you should keep in mind, that whenever you have to work with the updated values of the DOM, use this thing or this thing. Okay, so I'll comment these things whenever, like when I share the notes, I'll write down the comments. But for now, I think you got the concept. Okay, now once I have these two elements, drag element and drop element, I need to create an array, and from the array we need the index of those things. Okay, so let's create like a if statement, and this if statement we are simply going to kind of like check if the drag element is like equal or not equal. So when it is not equal, what I want to do, I want to like um, create their index. Okay, so in that case only we want to make the drop, otherwise we are not going to make the drop. Okay, so also we need to kind of like add a check so that drag element is kind of like, you can say, is not false. So for some reason I think that is called. Okay, so here we are simply kind of like comparing that a drag element should not be equal to the drop element that we have. Okay, and also keep in mind that you should add some other checks if you need, but still for now we are only going to allow the drop when these things are there. Okay, once I have done this, I'm going to calculate the index for the drag element index. Let's call this drag idx, and we're going to use this method array dot from, and we'll use this on the parent children. Okay, so on parent dot children, from the HTML collection we are converting into the array, and once I have the array, I can use this index of method. Okay, so this is something that we have, and in the index of method we pass the element of which I need the index, right? So I need the index of drag it, so this is going to give me the index of that thing. Now I also need the index of drop in. Okay, so I need the index of drop in, so this is something I'm also going to do that. So array dot on, and also you can use split operator if you want, so that's not an issue. So for some reason this VS code does not give me the suggestions. Okay, I kind of like wait for the suggestions so that I do not end up writing something else. Okay, so drag index, and here sorry we need drop idx. Okay, so that we have different things. Okay, so let's console log this drag idx and drop idx. Okay, so let's see what happens. So if I'm dragging 9 to, let's say, 4, so it is giving me the index, right? So it is giving me 8 and 3. Now if I bring a 1 to, let's say, 10 position, so it is giving me 0 0 for this, because array indices starts at 0. So here it's 0, and for the 10th it is giving me 9, right? Now what we can do, we can compare them, whether 8 is greater than 3 or 8 is less than 3, like, in that way. This means we can compare the drag index, whether drag index is less or greater than this drop index. And if the drag index is greater than drop index, in that case what we need to do, if let's say drag index, this particular drag index is greater than the drop index, in that case we need to shift forward. So how we can shift forward? So in order to shift forward, there is a method called insert before that I mentioned, but I did not kind of like show you. But you can like, just think of this as a method where, like, we specify the element we want to insert, and the uh, element with respect to, like, position with respect to which we want to insert. So I'll show you how this thing works. So let me first of all, I need to check if the dry idx is greater than drop idx. Okay, so when it is greater than this thing, I want to do something else. So what I'm going to do, in the parent, which is nothing but the div, I want to use this insert method. Okay, and let me first show you when the drag id is less than this. So whenever this thing is less than the drop id, so in that case I'm going to use this method called insert before. Okay, and here all you have to do, you have to specify the element you want to like, insert, and the reference node where you want to insert. So wherever you want to insert before that particular node, then in that case you can kind of like specify. So here I want to specify the drop element, and we need to put it before that thing. Okay, so here let's say if I am dragging this thing, okay, and if I put it somewhere, and let's say at task 5, in that case what I want to do, I need to specify the position of this thing. Okay, so I need to put it before 6 in that case. Okay, so we need to specify the 6th location of the 6. It's because if you specify location of 5, in that case it will put the thing here at the task 4, right? So this is what you need to keep in mind. Like if I specify, let's say if let's say if I say drop L, so the drop, let's say this is 0 and this is, let's say, 4 index. Okay, element. Now if I say that, in that case it is going to put this thing from 0 to where, so this is going to give me the 3rd location. It is not going to put it at that exact location. In order to put that on that particular exact location, I need to move one step forward. Okay, so here I'm just going to use a method called next sibling. Okay, so what this is going to, this is going to simply add insert before the next of the thing. So let's say if I'm dragging this thing and pressing it at the task 5, in that case what this is going to do, this is going to go to this next sibling, and then it is going to insert before that. So in that case it's kind of like, put this thing here. So notice our task 1 has gone there and everything has been like shifted backwards. Okay, now when the index is greater, in that case what we want to do, we can simply write uh, you know we can simply like write the element drag L and drop L. This is simply going to do the work for us. So let me show you. So when the index is greater, so in this case we are simply going to insert this thing here. Okay, and this is what this is doing. This is not doing anything, it's simply putting it before this particular 6. Okay, so that all the things can be kind of pushed forward. Okay, so 10 is going to 6, it is going to put 10 before 6. So notice 10 is going before the 6. If I move this 10 to 2, what is it going to do? This is going to put 10 before 2, and everything kind of like are going forward in the forward direction. So this is how, like, you can say insert before walks. So notice now we have actually created our, this entire thing. So this is kind of like how you can make things rearrangeable. So I'm not sure if the logic is clear here for how insert before walks, but let me show this thing once again. So I have task 1, which is index list, and let's say I want to place it at task 6. Okay, so uh, task 6 has the index and I want to place it on that particular location, right? So in that case, I need the next element so that I can specify in the insert before where I have to pass the reference node, right? So the reference node is kind of like acts as a location in before which we want to insert something. So if I want to insert before this particular thing, in that case, like, well, if let's say I want to put it at the position 6, in that case I'll need to pass the location for the 7 so that I can insert before 7. So this is the simple logic. And when I have the task 10, and if I want to put it at some position, in that case I want to shift things forward, right? So in that case I'm simply going to like release it there, and like that element will be placed before that, and everything will be shifted in the this particular array. Okay, now this is one way of solving this. Now other approach of solving this problem is using an array, and what you can do, you can swap the elements, and elements swapping is something that you must have like practiced somewhere, because in that case what you can do, you can create a temporary element, and you can, like, simply shift the index within that particular array, and then rest of the things will automatically shift. Okay, so like you can use that approach as well, and there are other ways of solving this problem. And I think if you have any better approach or any other approach, do share that in the Discord, and I'll actually like, give a feedback, and maybe, like, also know that what your approach is. Okay, and other people who are there, they will also be able to, maybe implement that. And okay, so once the things are done, we also need to make sure that this thing is set to null at the end. Okay, so we also need to make sure that this goes back to the null value. Okay, because we do not want that to be something. So yeah, I think this has finished the entire thing. Just within 20 minutes we have built this particular thing, and once we're done with this, we can now move forward and discuss something else.